Chapter 300. Enter the city after killing Qin Yuan. Qin Feng also coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were not light. He circulated the 100-calamity heaven-devouring art and devoured the other party's spiritual energy. Only then did he recover a lot. In the distance, the sound of violent energy explosions could be heard. Qin Feng rested for a moment before rushing over. Tan Xian and Jing Wui blocked off the fourth prince, the second prince, Xin Yuan Yao. However, he was accompanied by a large number of experts and a small heaven realm expert. The two of them fell into a bitter battle, but after Qin Feng took care of Qin Yuan and joined in, the situation improved a lot. Rumble. Qin Feng immediately joined the battle against the second prince. Together with Tan Xian, the two of them attacked the second prince with all their might. As long as he died, the others would naturally fall apart. The two of them attacked in a frenzy. Energy bombardments continued to be sent out, causing the second prince to retreat continuously. Blood continued to spurt out from his body. The second prince's guards surrounded him in a frenzy, trying to save him. However, this did not affect Qin Feng and Tan Xian, who were determined to kill the second prince. In the spirit-detecting realm, unless one had the battle prowess of a prince or someone like the three little sovereigns or the previous heavenly king, there was no threat to them. The strongest strong-boned psychic link had a much greater perception than ordinary psychic links, especially since the three of them were psychic links from the body-shaping realm. Scram! The small heaven realm master roared, and his spiritual chi surged out madly. He wanted to kill Jing Wui and save the second prince. However, Jing Wui was not that easy to deal with. He coldly yelled, and deicide danced in an airtight manner. Saber chi swept out and wreaked havoc everywhere, preventing this elite from getting closer. The second prince was very strong. He was even stronger than the princes they had killed before. Even when Qin Feng and Tan Xian joined forces, they could not kill him in a short period of time. The troops from the imperial capital will be here soon. It's not good for us to fight for a long time. Qin Feng and Tan Xian looked at each other. Then, spiritual energy erupted from their bodies like a flash flood, causing the surrounding air to explode. Qin Feng stretched out his hands and swiped them in both directions. In an instant, the endless power of fire and water seeped out from the void in all directions. The water and fire formed a circle, enveloping the entire area. Sizzle. As the water and fire came into contact with each other, a large amount of white smoke rose from the field, and their vision quickly blurred. Shua! Tan Xian pushed his speed to the extreme, leaving behind numerous afterimages. The sharp spear radiance erupted like a black lightning bolt, sweeping towards the second prince in an instant. The second prince's expression was bitterly cold. Just as he was about to attack, a cold shout suddenly rang out near him. Immediately after, his pupils shrank as he saw a pair of black and white halos descend from the sky and trap him. The power of yin and yang. Qin Feng appeared above the second prince and struck the power of yin and yang from the yin-yang fusion formation toward the second prince, disrupting the balance in his body. In a battle between masters, a momentary pause could very likely turn the situation around. The three of them had killed many young masters from the imperial capital, including more than one or two small heavenly realm masters, so they had a tacit understanding of each other. The moment Qin Feng used the power of yin and yang to disrupt the second prince, Tan Xian's attack suddenly exploded and fiercely hit the second prince. When the second prince was hit hard and was sent flying, Qin Feng threw out the savage peak and directly smashed him into meat paste. Unbeknownst to everyone, Qin Feng and Tan Xian had worked together to kill the second prince. They gathered everything and quickly rushed out of the white smoke, killing the small heavenly realm master who was fiercely fighting with Jing Wui. Sensing Qin Feng and Tan Xian's arrival, the master was first relieved, but then his expression changed drastically. "Where's the second prince?" he shouted. "I'll leave before you," Tan Xian said coldly as he quickly attacked. The tip of the spear emitted a dazzling light. The master's body trembled. The second prince had died, just like that. How is he going to explain it when he returned? How dare you be distracted while fighting with us? You're courting death. Jing Wui raised Di aside and fiercely slashed down. A crimson light burst out. All of you deserve to die. The master's eyes were red. The princes had been killed one after another, and they had received orders from above to protect the second prince as he returned to the palace. However, they were still intercepted by these three people halfway. Originally, they had Qing Yuan, who could have stopped one of them, but unexpectedly, Qing Yuan did not last long and was killed by the enemy. The second prince's death was because they did not protect him well. Even if they returned to the palace, they would not be able to escape death. Boom! He took on Tan Xian and Jing Wui's attacks head-on and attacked the two madly. He wanted to delay them and buy time for the reinforcements. Perhaps only by capturing these three culprits could he save his own life. However, things did not go as he wished. He forgot that Qin Feng was still watching him and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. He would not be able to achieve his goal in the end. When he attacked Tan Xian and Jing Wui without any defense, Qin Feng seized the opportunity and threw out Savage Peak again, severely injuring him. Oh no, the reinforcements from the imperial capital are about to arrive. Just as Qin Feng was about to kill the master in one go, his expression suddenly changed. He said to the two of them, "Let's split up." Tan Xian and Jing Wui both nodded seriously. They knew that it was easier to escape if they split up than if they stayed together. The three of them split up in three different directions and killed their way out of the encirclement of the guards. Then, they disappeared into the boundless forest. A few minutes later, the masters from the imperial capital and a large number of troops arrived. Then, there was an earth-shattering roar. Qin Feng did not dare to stay. He wrapped his body tightly with his spiritual energy and concealed his aura. Then, he quickly rushed into the distance. He ran for nearly half an hour until his body became hot from running for such a long time. Then, he plunged into the water and used the power of water to strengthen his defense and concealment. Under the guidance of the power of water, he followed the flow of the water and floated into the distance. 10 minutes later, several figures appeared at the place where he had fallen into the water. All of them had a strong, murderous aura. Find him. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find this demon for me. Qin Feng did not know how far he had drifted in the water. When he felt that his body was full of energy and spiritual energy, he carefully floated to the surface of the water. After identifying the direction, he plunged into the bushes. This place is getting more and more dangerous. Qin Feng hid in a lush tree trunk and thought about his next move. For princes had died one after another. There were also many young masters, including the 3 young sovereigns and the 3 previous heavenly kings. The imperial capital was completely furious. It would be very dangerous for him to wander around. In that case, I will enter the city. Qin Feng snorted coldly. No matter how shrewd the people in the imperial capital were, they would not expect him to enter the city at this time. Fortunately, there were a lot of people entering and leaving the imperial capital during this period of time. It was also very chaotic. In addition, no one expected him to go in the opposite direction. Therefore, the inspection was very lax. He easily sneaked into the city. Imperial capital, bamboo forest. Qing Xian, who was practicing her sword, suddenly felt her heart palpitate. She covered her chest and gasped for breath. What's going on? Qing Xian was surprised. She felt that something bad had happened. Is it Qing Yuan? According to the time, he should have returned to the city. Chapter 301. Sneaking into the imperial palace, the second prince who was returning to the city was also intercepted and killed by the demon Qin Feng. This news quickly spread to the imperial capital and caused a huge commotion. Everyone was uneasy. Everyone thought about it carefully and felt a chill run down their backs. It was extremely terrifying, because in total, 5 princes were killed. The imperial family only had 8 princes in total. 5 of them were slaughtered all of a sudden. More than half of them died. It would be strange if the imperial family didn't go crazy. Since ancient times, there had never been such a tragic situation. More than half of the princes had died. In the past, no one had ever thought of such a thing in any war or turmoil. Because it was unrealistic, coupled with the fact that the prince's status was extremely noble, even the older generation figures would be very fearful and wouldn't easily touch them. Since ancient times, it seemed to have only happened once in a few thousand years. A terrifying young man's entire family was slaughtered. In a fit of anger, that madman killed a prince and a princess, setting off a reign of terror. It was said that in the end, he was killed by the imperial family's experts. Some people said that he fled into the 100,000 Barren Mountains and was buried in the belly of a beast. That was a very terrifying bloodbath. It directly led to the slaughter of millions of slaves in the imperial capital. However, this time, it would be even more terrifying. 5 of the 8 sons of the imperial capital's emperor were killed. This time, it was destined to overturn the heavens and cause a boundless bloodbath. At this time, many people thought of the blood moon that appeared a few months ago. Thinking of what happened now, many people felt a chill in their hearts. Could it really be a warning from the heavens that a terrifying bloodbath was about to happen? After the blood moon appeared in the sky, it was calm for a long time. Everyone thought that it was caused by the weather. Now, it seemed that the heavens had long been warning the world that a disaster was about to descend. And this disaster was unbearable for the imperial capital and the tens of thousands of slaves. That day, an extremely sharp sword energy swept across the sky above the imperial capital. Many people were shocked. This fairy who didn't care about worldly affairs also left the city? What did she want to do? Hunt down the demon Qin Feng? But with her elegant personality, it was impossible for her to get involved in this kind of thing. She didn't make a move a few months ago. Why don't she make a move now? Doesn't Fairy Qin Xian have a younger brother? They are known as the Gemini Sword, and they are the previous heavenly king. I know. Her younger brother is called Qin Yuan. Because there was no one to challenge him, he abdicated the heavenly king position in the end and concentrated on cultivating the way of the sword in the mountains. Qing Yuan, Zhang Shanchong, and Huoshi have been besieging Qin Feng. Fairy Qin Xian, you're leaving now. Could it be? No one dared to imagine, but the result was obvious. Fairy Qin Xian's brother had also been killed by Qin Feng. She was going to avenge her brother. Zhang Shanzhong, who had encircled Qin Feng, had even killed Huoshi. How could he let Qin Yuan go? From the sharp sword Qi, Qin Feng could feel how terrifying this Fairy Qin Xian was. She was probably much stronger than her brother Qin Yuan. Since you don't want to get involved in this matter, why didn't you stop your brother earlier? Or do you think that your brother can endlessly kill me, but I can't kill your brother in return? Qin Feng looked at Qin Xian, who was flying away, and sneered. I don't care what kind of temperament you have. As long as you come for revenge, I will kill you without hesitation. Your brother's death was because he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He deserved it. If you want revenge, don't blame me for being impolite. Sneering in his heart, Qin Feng closed the window and went back to his bed to meditate. He entered the city not only to avoid the imperial capital's army and experts, but also to end the last 3 princes of the imperial family. He swore that if the imperial family wiped out his entire family, he would make the imperial family extinct. Moreover, he needed to know whether his sister Qin Yao had been brought back to the palace by the 9th princess. Qin Yao was not on the execution list 2 months ago, and her corpse was not found. Qin Feng hoped that she had been brought back to the palace by the 9th princess. Even if she was imprisoned, at least it would prove that his sister was still alive. The night was especially dark. The sky was gloomy, and dark clouds covered the sky. Even the half-moon's light could not penetrate the dark clouds. The cold wind blew, wandering around the huge imperial capital. Qin Feng snuck into the palace. Actually, with his strength, it was already heaven-defying for him to enter the city. How could he sneak into the palace? The main reason was that no one thought that he would have the guts to enter the city. Most of the people's attention was on the outside, and all the experts had left, so the interior was somewhat empty. That was why he took advantage of the opening. Of course, this was also one of the reasons why Qin Feng entered the city. Everything was within his calculations. Qin Feng had been to the palace once. He was not familiar with it, but he had some memories, so he would not rashly barge in. He avoided layers of patrols and came to the residence of the ninth princess, but did not find her. Qin Feng secretly searched for a while, and then left helplessly. The ninth princess was not here, and the explosion did not find her either. He quietly left the place and searched nearby. This area was the residence of the princes and princesses. He did not know if it was good luck, but the first place he searched was actually the residence of the third prince. Qin Feng carefully came to the courtyard and hid under a maple tree. It was autumn, and the fiery red maple leaves fell, revealing a sense of desolation. Qin Feng concealed his figure and slowly approached the third prince's room. So easy. Even Qin Feng himself felt that things were going too smoothly. Of course, the main reason was that no one would think that someone would dare to commit murder in the palace. He sensed the third prince's situation through the crack of the door, and then carefully approached. His spiritual power permeated into the room and condensed the yin-yang fusion formation. However, just as he was about to take action, there was a sudden movement outside, and footsteps were heard. Qin Feng quickly hid behind a pillar and concealed his figure again. He looked outside, and a few people came in from the door. The leader was a woman in a colorful dress. She did not look old, in her 20s. She was very attractive, with sharp eyes, an oval face, and willowy eyebrows. Who is this person? Qin Feng frowned slightly. Judging from her dress, her status should not be low. Plus, she came to the third prince's residence at this time, so she must have a good relationship with the prince. He silently looked at the woman. The latter came to the door and was about to knock when an old woman beside her suddenly looked in Qin Feng's direction. The woman was attracted by the old woman's action. She looked in Qin Feng's direction and asked, "Venerable father, what's wrong?" The old woman called Venerable Father frowned, and there was some doubt in her eyes. "Miss, this old woman seems to have sensed an unusual aura fluctuation here, but when I tried to sense it carefully, I could not find anything." "Special aura?" The woman blinked and then shook her head. "Venerable Father, you are too sensitive. This is the palace, and it is the residence of the third brother. Who would dare to steal chickens and dogs here?" Chapter 302. Extremely powerful assassination method. The Venerable Father looked in Qin Feng's direction, puzzled for a long time. In the end, she shook her head and followed the princess inside. "Maybe I'm just being sensitive. Keep an eye on the outside. Keep your eyes open." "Yes." The soldiers nodded in response. Behind a stone pillar, Qin Feng was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. This old woman was too strange. His breath was suppressed, and his spiritual power wrapped around his body. He disappeared into the air. In addition to the spiritual power in the purple bowl and the cover of the night, it was impossible to discover him. He already knew that the spiritual energy organization was outside the palace. Apart from the person who created this spiritual energy and their direct descendants, normal spiritual energy masters couldn't sense it. And that old woman, called the Venerable Father, could actually sense an unusual aura fluctuation. If she was a bit more attentive, he would have been discovered. Fortunately, she didn't come over to check. Qin Feng was quite afraid of this person and didn't dare to get too close. He carefully retreated and hid in the maple forest. She called the third prince third brother. Could she also be a princess? How come I've never heard of a second princess in the palace? Qin Feng frowned as he pondered, killing intent surging in his eyes. If this really was a princess, then it was a waste of effort to obtain her. The imperial family killed his entire family, so he came for revenge. He didn't consider who was innocent. In terms of the overall situation, everyone who ruled over them was an enemy. If this woman was a princess, then she was his enemy and one of his targets for revenge. Soon, 10 minutes later, the woman left with her people. Qin Feng didn't know what she was plotting with the third prince, so he carefully followed. But soon, he attracted the Venerable Father's attention. Qin Feng quickly retreated. This old woman probably had a special perception method, so he didn't dare to approach. Looking at the people leaving, Qin Feng hesitated for a moment. He didn't follow and instead returned to the third prince's residence. At this moment, the third prince seemed to be in a very good mood. He was practicing his fist techniques in the courtyard, and the wind was like that of a tiger. Evidently, after such a long time, the injuries he suffered from Qin Feng had already completely recovered. After practicing for a while, the third prince stopped and walked back from the courtyard with a smile on his face. His eyes were spirited. Although he had the aura of a scholar, there was also a kind of confidence, as if everything was under his control. Qin Feng had already entered the room in advance and was preparing for an ambush. He was very agile and entered the room in a flash. Because the door wasn't closed at all, it saved him a lot of trouble. Logically speaking, it would be easier to kill him this time. Hopefully, this third prince won't be like the sixth prince, who has an abnormal ability to counterattack. Qin Feng muttered to himself. He was not afraid of fighting against the third prince in a fair and square manner. However, sneak attacks left a shadow in his heart. That day when he tried to assassinate the sixth prince, although he succeeded in the end, it was his biggest failure in history. Even though he had the advantage of time, location, and people, he still failed several times and caused a commotion. Moreover, this time was different from the past. He could not fail, and he could not even make a move like he wanted to assassinate the sixth prince. Once exposed, he would be in danger. However, there was one thing that the sixth prince did not have at that time, and that was that the location this time was the Imperial Palace. When he tried to assassinate the sixth prince, although the sixth prince did not expect it, it was still outside after all, so he was still somewhat on guard. It was impossible for him to not have any defenses. However, this time was different. In the Imperial Palace, the third prince's headquarters, he could not be so careful in his own home. This was also the most fatal point. Moreover, during this period of time, he had also learned authentic assassination skills from Tan Xian and Jing Wui. In terms of assassination skills, he was even more powerful than when he tried to assassinate the sixth prince. Qin Feng hid behind the door and held his breath. His body was tense, and his pores were sealed. His entire person was completely integrated into the environment, as if there were no signs of life. When he used his spiritual power to this level, his control over his own body had reached an astonishing level. At the same time, his spiritual power flowed along the surface of his skin, imitating the circulation of the human body's meridians. It ingeniously merged and appeared more and more illusory. This was the spiritual space fusion technique that Jing Wui had taught him. He had once mocked him for it, saying that as a spiritual power master, his assassination skills were so low level. When the third prince walked, the distance of each step was exactly the same. If someone were to take a ruler to measure, they would definitely be very surprised. The distance of each step was exactly the same, and it was precise to the smallest degree. It was as if he was stepping on some kind of special rhythm. It was very strange. Only Qin Feng, who was close to him, could feel that the third prince was not simple at all. He was probably a bit stronger than the sixth prince. The third prince walked into the room without making a sound. Although his footsteps were rhythmic, they landed very lightly. At this time, he was thinking about other things. When he walked in, he did not notice that there was someone behind the door. In his headquarters, especially when he had just left after chatting with a woman for a while, he had never thought that someone would be so bold as to come in. He did not care and did not think much about it. Qin Feng's killing move was aimed at him. With a whoosh, he moved without making a sound. It was not until he got close to the third prince that the latter's hair stood on end. He quickly reacted and fiercely struck out a palm to the left. But in an instant, the third prince's pupils contracted. Almost instinctively, he leaned forward like a nimble monkey. But just as his body ran out, he suddenly stopped. Then he staggered and fell to the ground. His two ankles were bleeding profusely. Qin Feng's arm suddenly pulled, and the third prince cried out in pain. But before he could cry out, Qin Feng had already jumped up and fiercely knelt on the third prince's back. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. At the same time, he reached out and covered the third prince's mouth. The third prince was shocked. He had actually been attacked in his own home, but his reaction was quite fast. Spiritual power exploded from his body, and Qin Feng was sent flying. At the same time, he did not care about the pain in his feet. He quickly got up and ran out of the door. Qin Feng revealed a cold smile. Was he so easily sent flying? Therefore, when the third prince was running outside, his arm jerked back. With a poochie sound, the third prince suddenly fell to the ground. His 2 feet were cut off from the ankles. Obviously, they had been cut by some kind of sharp weapon. My feet. The third prince was stunned. Where were his feet? While he was in a daze, Qin Feng quickly rushed up and punched the third prince's head, knocking him unconscious. In a flash, Qin Feng had subdued the third prince. This made people feel shocked and also made them sigh at the terrifying assassination methods of Tan Xian and Jing Wui. They had told him that if he did not have the confidence to kill in one strike, then he should not think about killing in one strike. When he attacked, he should release the appropriate sound of wind to let the opponent sense it. If he was attacked, the opponent would instinctively attack in that direction. But if he missed, the opponent immediately realized that he had been fooled. Then, if he wanted to avoid the next attack, the best place to go was the place where the attack had been launched, because there was no one there. If the attacker had set a trap in that direction in advance, the opponent would most likely fall for it. What kind of trap was the best? If it was not fatal, then it would make the opponent lose the ability to move. Once the opponent lost the ability to move, then he could only be beaten up. Qin Feng's attack had been detected by the third prince on purpose. He had already buried a golden thread in that direction. It was extremely sharp and difficult to see with the naked eye. When the third prince retreated, he had just stepped into Qin Feng's golden thread. Qin Feng could use this to seal the third prince's movements. Normally, at this time, he should have attacked forcefully, but they had said that if he attacked forcefully, the opponent might fight to the death. Even if he could kill the opponent, the loss would not make up for the gains. At this time, the best method was to be waterproof. Let the opponent sense that there was still hope to escape, and then gradually eat away at the opponent's strength. Qin Feng had no choice but to admit that these 2 people had extremely high attainments in assassination and inference of human nature. The fact that he could easily subdue the third prince was enough to prove it. Chapter 303. Sister is still alive. When the third prince woke up, he only felt intense pain in his legs, but he couldn't make a sound. His mouth was gagged, and he was shocked to find that there was only a little bit of his spiritual power left. Most of it had mysteriously disappeared. Your Highness, it's been a long time since we last met. A cold voice entered the third prince's eyes, causing his body to stiffen. He suddenly turned his head, and then his eyelids violently twitched and his pupils contracted. He saw a person he would never have expected to appear here. You didn't expect me to appear here, did you? Qin Feng walked over, squatted down, and looked at the third prince. His smiling face was covered with frost, making people shudder. Woo! The third prince's mouth was buzzing, but he couldn't make a sound. He could only stare at Qin Feng with hatred. Only now did he discover that he had completely underestimated Qin Feng. Qin Feng's guts were simply too great. At such a crucial moment, he didn't want to leave the imperial capital and instead sneaked in and even infiltrated the imperial palace. You should know that you won't be able to live today, but because of some things, I won't kill you for now. I need to know some information from you, so I hope you can be quiet. Qin Feng smiled and pulled out the ball of cloth from the third prince's mouth. He said casually, "Your spiritual power has already been devoured by me, so no matter how you resist or struggle, it's useless. I will subdue you at the first moment, and you won't be able to make sound. So I hope you can be quiet. I know what I want to know, and I will give you a quick death. But if you don't listen, I know a thing or two about the various torture methods in your prison. Of course, some of my methods may be even more terrifying than your torture methods. Since I'm going to die anyway, who wouldn't choose a quick death?" Looking at the smile on Qin Feng's face, the third prince felt a chill run down his spine. He felt that this person was a demon, emitting a threatening yin qi. Seeing this, Qin Feng was slightly satisfied. He asked, "Are there any of my clansmen still alive? For example, in the imperial palace? Do you think we'll let your clansmen live?" The third prince sneered. Qin Feng nodded slightly and then asked, "Did the fourth prince bring in anyone from outside? Or did he do anything out of the ordinary during this period?" The third prince stared blankly for a moment, then laughed mockingly. "You want to take this opportunity to suppress the fourth prince? Let's find out more about him." Having his scheme exposed, Qin Feng shrugged. He had wanted to use these details to frame the fourth prince. Moreover, he had released the third prince's bindings because he wanted him to secretly leave behind clues about his collaboration with the fourth prince before he died. However, he did not expect that the third prince would still be so astute even at this time. It could be seen that these princes were not only powerful, but also astute. If he hadn't teamed up with Tan Xian and Jing Wui to take them down one by one, it would have been really difficult to deal with them. "You're at odds with the fourth prince. This isn't a bad thing for you," Qin Feng said indifferently. The third prince snorted coldly. "Although I don't get along with the fourth prince, this is a matter of the imperial family. In terms of the overall situation, we see it more clearly than you slaves. 5 of my brothers are dead. If something happens to the fourth prince, the imperial family will really have no successor." The third prince said coldly, his eyes red. "Even if you kill me, you won't live for long." "Ha!" Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. After a while, he suddenly said in a low voice, "Do you really think that I've lived until now and even entered the imperial palace to kill you only because of my ability?" The third prince stared blankly at Qin Feng. "What do you mean? I have an older sister. You should have found out by now." Qin Feng glanced at the third prince and said casually, "She's not dead. She's still alive, and she's in the imperial palace. Do you believe me? Tell me, why is she in the imperial palace?" After saying this, Qin Feng looked away, but his eyes were fixed on the third prince's facial expression. Soon, Qin Feng got the answer he wanted the most. His sister, Qin Yao, was not dead. The third prince's expression was one of disbelief. He didn't believe that there would be a traitor in the imperial palace who would help Qin Feng. He didn't deny the fact that Qin Yao was still alive. This proved that Qin Yao was indeed alive, but Qin Feng wasn't sure she was brought into the imperial palace by the ninth princess. He only said this to trick the third prince. "Now you should know why I was able to enter the imperial palace so smoothly." The third prince was silent for a long while before he suddenly laughed out loud. After laughing for a while, he stopped and said in a mocking tone, "Qin Feng, your scheme is truly brilliant. Even I was almost fooled by you. Aren't you saying this just to prove that your sister is still alive and at the same time to slander little Nine? Your sister is indeed not dead. The reason why I said this is because you and your sister, as well as the remaining members of your family, will all die a horrible death. The imperial palace and the imperial palace will not let this matter go. This matter will not be settled until one of us is dead." Qin Feng smiled. Whether or not he could frame the third prince was secondary. The most important thing was that he knew Qin Yao was still alive. "Who was the woman who just came to you? The imperial palace's princess?" The third prince's face changed. Then he smiled and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." "I don't have a sister. I didn't say you had a sister." The third prince's face was a little unnatural, but he quickly recovered. He lowered his head and did not say anything. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He did not want to talk about this anymore. Instead, he said, "Tell me the golden god technique. Maybe I will spare your life." The third prince coldly snorted, "I, Xin Yuanli, would rather die standing than live kneeling. If you're still a man, then be straightforward." Qin Feng shrugged. He knew that he would not be able to get any more information, let alone obtain the golden god technique. He took out his dagger and suddenly approached the third prince. He was silent for a while, then he said in a low voice, "You imperial 8 princes are indeed dragons among men. In terms of ability, character, and temperament, I admire you very much. Unfortunately, we are born enemies and cannot coexist." "Ha ha!" The third prince was stunned, then he laughed and said, "Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, if you were born in the imperial palace, or if I was not born in the imperial palace, maybe we could become close friends. Unfortunately, there are no ifs or maybes in life. Qin Feng's eyelids drooped. His arm suddenly slashed, bringing with it a trail of blood. The third prince's smile froze. Then, his head slowly drooped. After killing the third prince, Qin Feng burned his body until there was nothing left. He then cleaned up the room and disappeared into the night. Could that woman really be the Imperial Palace's princess? The third prince's sister? Qin Feng thought to himself. Based on the third prince's reaction, that woman could very well be his sister. But with his intelligence, how could he reveal such a flaw? Qin Feng guessed that he could have done it on purpose. If he did reveal it on purpose, what is his purpose? Qin Feng thought. Chapter 304. Little Imperial grandson Qin Feng searched for the woman's residence. Fortunately, he had followed her for a while and remembered some directions. Then, with his blind search, he really found her residence. He saw that in front of a mansion, there were 2 guards who were standing beside the woman, just like before. Obviously, this was the woman's residence. Qin Feng quietly entered the mansion. After searching around, he quickly found the woman's bedroom. The spiritual energy in the purple bowl concealed his aura, while his spiritual energy concealed his figure. Many experts in the palace were outside, so their attention was focused on the outside world. Qin Feng could enter the palace as if there was no one there. The 9th princess's place, the 3rd prince's place, including this place, all the guards were useless to him. The door to the woman's room was not closed, so Qin Feng could see the scene inside. He was stunned. The woman was holding a baby in her arms with a doting smile on her face. Was that her child? The woman did not look old, only a little over 20 years old. She already had a child at this age? Qin Feng was suspicious. He squinted his eyes, trying to guess the woman's identity and the child. Not long after, the venerable father led a few maids dressed as palace maids over. The venerable father's tone was somewhat reproachful. "Miss, the palace is in troubled times. Why did you bring the imperial grandson here? If that demon sneaks into the palace, and something happens to the imperial grandson, who can bear the responsibility?" The woman rolled her eyes at the venerable father and said, "You know that this is the palace. That demon wouldn't dare to come here, even if he had the guts to do so. Miss, I don't want you to get into trouble. The royal family slaughtered that demon's family. Now that demon has gone crazy and killed 5 princes. Who knows what else he can do?" The venerable father's tone was filled with worry. If he wants revenge, he will definitely make a move on the royal family's bloodline. No matter if he dares to come to the palace or not, you shouldn't have brought the imperial grandson here. The woman frowned and muttered, "Venerable father, you are too careful. Can't I carry my sister's child? Besides, my sister will be here soon. Something bad will happen in such a short time." The venerable father shook his head and helplessly said, "Young miss, I'm not saying that something bad will happen. I just want you to have a sense of safety and not see everything as simple. That demon was able to kill 5 princes in a row and didn't die under the full force of the imperial capital's encirclement. This is enough to prove that the demon is not simple. Whether or not he dares to come to the palace for revenge, we still need this place. What if something happens to the little prince? Better safe than sorry. I know. I'll be more careful next time." The woman waved her hand discontentedly. "You guys can go back first." Seeing this, venerable father secretly sighed. She left the room and closed the door. Then she said to the 2 maids in a serious tone, "Be careful. If anything strange happens, report to me immediately." "Yes." The 2 maids nodded. "So you're the child of the first prince, a little grandson of the emperor." Qin Feng sneered. His lips curled into a cruel smile. "You're the emperor of the imperial capital. The death of another emperor's grandson must be a huge blow to you." Qin Feng slowly retreated until venerable father had left. Then he returned. Using his mental strength, he concealed his figure and approached the room. Qin Feng quickly made his move. His mental strength covered the 2 maids' necks in an instant. What surprised him was that even the 2 maids were at the late stage of the bone strengthening stage. But for him, there were no obstacle at all. After disposing of their bodies, Qin Feng carefully approached the room. After listening for a while, he pushed the door open and entered. Venerable father, I know everything. You still have. The woman just opened her mouth. But when she raised her head to look at the door, she suddenly froze. Huh? Where are they? Xiaoyan, Xiaofeng. The woman called out, but there was no response from outside. This made her puzzled. Soon, her expression changed abruptly because she saw that the door had closed by itself. No need to shout. They're no longer here. A slightly cold voice rang out in the room, causing the woman to instantly feel a chill as goosebumps appeared all over her body. Who is it? The woman jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Qin Feng withdrew his mental strength. His body was exposed to the air bit by bit. The woman was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. She looked at the scene in disbelief. There was no movement, but a person inexplicably appeared in the air. Anyone who saw this would be shocked and scared. Not to mention that a woman encountered it in the middle of the night. How could you? Before she could finish her words, the woman's face suddenly froze. She stared blankly at Qin Feng. Her voice trembled. You are the devil, Qin Feng. Qin Feng's portrait had been plastered all over the streets of the imperial capital. Even if she didn't pay much attention to this matter, she still had some understanding of him. Therefore, she recognized Qin Feng immediately. Give me the child, and I won't kill you, Qin Feng said indifferently. The woman hurriedly hugged the child in her arms and said, The one who killed your clansman is the emperor. Go find him for revenge. He's just a child and doesn't know anything. What right do you have to implicate this child in your hatred? What wrong did my family do? What right do they have to kill my family? My family is not innocent. Qin Feng's tone was full of sarcasm. I'm just a devil. Don't treat me like a saint. The imperial family killed my entire family. Do I still have to consider whether the imperial family is innocent when I take revenge? Give me the child. This is the last time I will say this to you. Unless you kill me, don't even think about touching the child. The woman hugged the child tightly and said. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. In the next second, he appeared beside the woman like a ghost. His fingers flickered with spiritual light. He tapped a few times on her body and used the golden Zen finger to seal her acupuncture points. He carried the little imperial grandson over. The woman reacted and wanted to snatch the child back. However, her spiritual power had been sealed by Qin Feng. Now, she was just an ordinary woman. How could she be a match for Qin Feng? Don't force me to kill you. Qin Feng waved his hand, and the woman was sent flying. Without looking at the woman, Qin Feng immediately carried the child out of the door. However, just as he reached the courtyard, a group of people came in. In an instant, both sides were stunned. Sister, he is Qin Feng. He wants to kill the child. The woman held the door frame and shouted with blood on the corner of her mouth. The red-robed woman, with a golden hairpin on her head, was stunned for a moment. Then, her face turned pale. He is Qin Feng. Devil, let the little imperial grandson go. The guards around the red-robed woman shouted and surrounded Qin Feng. Qin Feng coldly smiled. His mental energy exploded out and drowned the guards like a flood. Numerous mental energy weapons crisscrossed. Every time they flashed, there would be a wisp of bloodlight. In a few breaths, 7 to 8 guards were killed. Whoosh! A beam of scarlet light shot over. Qin Feng nimbly shifted half a step, and when the red-robed woman brushed past him, he abruptly struck out with his palm, causing the red-robed woman to be flung backwards while coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. I beg you, Qin Feng, don't harm my child. If you have hatred, you can vent it all on me. Please don't kill my child. The red-robed woman knelt on the ground and pleaded unceasingly. Qin Feng, you even killed a baby in swaddling clothes. Are you still a man? The woman from before came over and hugged her sister. She stared at Qin Feng with tears on her face. The royal family slaughtered my whole family. Did you have the slightest mercy for the child? Qin Feng looked coldly at the two helpless women. His spiritual power gradually spread out from both sides. Chapter 305. Royal Palace Massacre. When Qin Feng finished his last word, his figure also disappeared in front of the two women. No, The red-robed woman screamed at the top of her lungs. 10 minutes later, a group of soldiers quickly walked in and protected the two women in the middle. Xiaoling, the first prince, quickly walked over and hugged the red-robed woman in his arms. He asked gently, "Xiaoling, don't be afraid. Tell me, where did that demon go?" "Brother Yi." The woman buried herself in Xianyuan Ye's arms and cried painfully. He took our child away." "What?" Xianyuan Ye's pupil shrank. A terrifying energy suddenly spread out, causing the void to tremble. Taking a deep breath, Xianyuan Yi calmed down and said, "He had the chance, but he didn't kill our child. Did he have any requests?" The woman sobbed and couldn't say anything. "He took my child. His target should be me and father, right?" Xianyuan Ye's eyes were deep as he asked in a low voice. The red-robed woman nodded painfully. Tears kept falling for her face. Xianyuan Yi was silent for a long time before he said softly, "Xiaoling, you should know that as a member of the royal family, we have responsibilities on our shoulders. We are not ordinary people. We can't do whatever we want. Child, give up." After saying that, Xianyuan Yi closed his eyes in pain. The red-robed woman was already in a mess. Her body kept trembling because she knew that her child wouldn't come back. As a prince of the imperial capital, the emperor, his status was very important. His existence had many factors and influence. How could he kill himself for a grandson of the royal family? "Don't worry. I will make him and everyone related to him disappear from this world. No matter where he escapes to, I will make him disappear from this world." Xianyuan Yi carried the red-robed woman, who had fainted from crying. He stood up and said, "The demon has already snuck into the imperial palace. Pass down my order. From this moment on, no one is allowed to enter or leave the imperial palace. Use all forces to find that demon." "Yes." The group of soldiers quickly left. Xianyuan Yi looked up at the sky and exhaled slowly. He lowered his head and looked at the person in his arms. His face was filled with pain and bitterness. He whispered softly, "If I wasn't born in the royal family, I would definitely use my life to exchange for our child. Xiaoling, forgive me." Then, he looked at his wife's younger sister coldly. "Keep your distance from my wife in the future." After coldly saying this, Xianyuan Yi carried Xiaoling and left. Ouyang Qingqing sat on the ground in a daze, her beautiful eyes empty and lifeless. The venerable father couldn't help but sigh and say, "Young miss, it's all my fault. If I was able to guard this place myself, then that devil wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. Venerable father, this isn't your fault. I was too arrogant," Ouyang Qingqing said with an extremely calm tone. Seeing her like this, venerable father couldn't help but be very worried. "Miss, it has already happened. You shouldn't." Ouyang Qingqing waved her hand. In the depths of her calm eyes, there was a flame of hatred and determination. "This was caused by me. I have the responsibility to make up for it. If I can't kill that bastard in this life, then I, Ouyang Qingqing, will never see my elder sister again and will never return to the family." Qin Feng left and quickly ran towards the palace gate. He had already been exposed, so he definitely couldn't continue to stay in the palace. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. The sudden appearance made Qin Feng's pupil shrink. "I heard that you captured the little imperial grandson and forced my father and elder brother to commit suicide." The figure slowly walked over. When his feet landed on the ground, there was no sound at all. "Where's the child?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and took a step back. He never thought that he would meet the fourth prince, Xianyuan Al, at this time. Qin Feng couldn't see through this person at all. He was abnormally afraid. "I killed him." His tone was indifferent. Xianyuan Al's eyes flickered. Then he shook his head and smiled. "Qin Feng, what you did has crossed my bottom line. If the seventh prince didn't insist on killing me, I think I would have left by now." Qin Feng glanced at him and said, "You should leave and wait for a chance in the future. If you take revenge now, it will be the biggest mistake in your life, because you won't have the chance to do it again." Xianyuan Al said, "What's the point of discussing this now?" Qin Feng shrugged and said, "If you want to attack me, then come. There's no need to hide anymore." Xianyuan Al smiled and shook his head. "Indeed, It's too late to say anything. He stared at Qin Feng without blinking. After a long time, he seemed to sigh and said, "You can go." Qin Feng was stunned and looked at him in surprise. He let him go just like that. He killed so many princes, but Xianyuan Owl didn't say anything. However, this person's thoughts were very deep. Qin Feng couldn't see through him. He didn't want to be entangled with him too much, so he quickly left. Xianyuan Owl looked at Qin Feng, who disappeared into the darkness. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He came to a room and woke up a little girl. "Little flower, come out with me." "Fourth brother, what are you doing?" "I want to sleep." The little girl was very cute. Her big eyes were as clear as a lake. "Little flower, be good. In a few days, I'll take you out of the palace to play. Whatever you want to eat, I'll satisfy you." Xianyuan Owl smiled. Hearing about food, the little girl immediately became excited. She grabbed Xianyuan Owl's sleeve and said happily, "Really?" Xianyuan Owl nodded, then said, "But you have to help me do something." "What is it?" the little girl asked. "When I need it, use all your strength to hit someone." The little girl was surprised. "It's that simple." "Of course." Xianyuan Owl smiled, then reminded, "But your little sister Jiao doesn't like you to fight, so this is a secret between the two of us. We can't let a third person know." "Okay." The little girl nodded and followed Xianyuan Owl out energetically. Qin Feng said goodbye to Xianyuan Owl. Not long after, he encountered the palace guards, and a fierce battle broke out. Because there were many experts and powerful spirit masters, his invisibility couldn't hide from everyone. Qin Feng killed all the way. Everywhere he went, there was a foul wind and a rain of blood. Qin Feng broke through a layer of blockade and soon encountered the second wave. At this moment, any strategy was useless. He could only fight. Qin Feng roared and rushed into a group of armored guards. His spiritual energy and spiritual energy burst out at the same time. The heavenly water domain was formed. He stayed in the center of the water ball and controlled it to go on a rampage. Anyone who entered the heavenly water domain was killed by him on the spot. Soon, the huge water ball turned into a blood ball. The power of fire seeped through the air and burned along the walls on both sides, forming a sea of fire. This was the first time Qin Feng used the water god technique and the fire god technique on such a large scale. He constantly broke through, fell into an encirclement, and broke through again. The area of the palace was completely turned into a sea of fire. The monstrous flames swept across the sky. Heavens, why is the palace on fire? It's a big fire. What happened? Why are the gates closed? Chapter 306. The Battle in the Sky Boom. Countless streams of spirit energy gathered together and exploded with a terrifying power, directly breaking the water ball. In the center of the sky water field, Qin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. He reached out a giant black hand surrounded by cold air and killed a late-stage spirit detecting realm commander. He looked at the densely packed figures around him, and his heart sank. If this continued, he would not be able to kill his way out of the palace. Screech! There seemed to be a sharp roar. Qin Feng summoned a pair of phoenix wings and flew into the sky, shooting out of the palace. Below him, a series of spiritual energy attacks struck him, causing sparks to fly and clanking sounds to ring out. Qin Feng activated his primitive battle body and sped away, ignoring the attacks below him. Kill the demon! One by one, experts flew into the sky to stop Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression was cold. He flapped his phoenix wings, and his spirit energy turned into beams that raged out and bounced these people away. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out, and a giant hand slapped over. Capture the bastard! Qin Feng's heart trembled. A small heaven realm expert had arrived. He quickly sped up and dodged the giant hand. At the same time, he retracted his spirit energy and hit his body again. Boom! At the same time, several powerful attacks landed there. I can feel the movement. An expert looked at the dark sky and said, "We can't let him escape again." More than a dozen small heaven realm experts followed the aura fluctuations and launched powerful attacks one after another. In the imperial capital, everyone looked at the sky. They could barely see more than a dozen experts flying in the sky and shooting out energy beams, but they did not see anyone else. What happened in the palace? Many people were shocked. They did not know what had happened. Why did a battle suddenly break out? However, there were many people who were good at gathering information. Soon, they knew the ins and outs of the matter, and it immediately caused a huge uproar in the imperial capital. What? That demon Qin Feng snuck into the palace, killed the third prince, and captured the imperial grandson? Is this demon crazy? Countless people were shocked. They couldn't believe that something like this would happen. The whole world was chasing after that demon, but in the end, he actually snuck into the palace, killed the third prince, and captured the imperial grandson. Kill the devil. At this moment, there was no need for any orders. Powerful emblems from all over the world flew into the sky and joined in the hunt for Qin Feng. In midair, the sound of energy explosions continued to resound. In the dark night, it was as if fireworks were blooming, illuminating the earth for a brief moment. Boom! There was a huge explosion in the void, and Qin Feng's real body was blasted out. There were too many strong cultivators surrounding him, and even if he hid his figure, he couldn't get past all of them. Furthermore, there were also some powerful spiritual masters, which made his spiritual power advantage non-existent. Qin Feng's expression was grave. He didn't fear one minor heaven realm expert, but now there was a group of them. They were too much of a threat to him. He continued to glide in the air, using the dragon's swimming body to the extreme. He was like a bolt of lightning, moving hundreds of meters in the air. It was as if he was crossing the void. However, there were too many experts surrounding him. Even if he flew from the sky, it would be difficult for him to break through the blockade and leave the imperial capital. Puff! A big hand slapped over, and Qin Feng couldn't dodge in time. He was sent flying by the impact. At the same time, he was hit by several other powerful attacks. He vomited blood. If it weren't for the primitive battle body, he would have been seriously injured. But even so, his injuries weren't light. Qin Feng wiped off the bloodstains, and his eyes were filled with madness. As the effect of the primitive battle body wore off, his body shook violently, and a blood-red vertical eye appeared between his eyebrows. Immortal light. A beam of crimson light shot out, bringing with it a boundless violent and bloody aura. It killed a minor heaven realm expert. Qin Feng's body trembled. He forcefully endured the dizziness in his mind and did his best to activate his undying reincarnation eye. Another beam of scarlet light shot out, but this time it didn't shoot out directly. Instead, it connected with his eyes. Everywhere it passed, the air would explode unceasingly, containing a terrifying destructive force. From afar, it looked like a slender red laser had grown out between his eyebrows. In the darkness, the red light flashed, and the minor heaven realm experts tried to dodge it. This kind of light was too terrifying, and it had the power to kill them. Boom! A big hand slapped across the air. Qin Feng suddenly turned the light, trying to cut the big hand that had caused his heart to palpitate. However, this time, the invincible light lost its previous edge and was caught by the big hand. The big hand slightly clenched, and the light became distorted. Ah! Qin Feng screamed in pain, and his eyebrows felt like they were going to explode. He desperately activated the immortal light, trying to break free from the big hand's grip. Swoosh! Swoosh! And when the light was being controlled, experts rushed over one after another. Terrifying spiritual energy attacks whizzed towards Qin Feng. Divine dragon body. Qin Feng roared, and the sound of a dragon's roar resounded. A gust of wind surged around him, as if there was a dragon circling around him. Rumble. Terrifying attacks blasted toward Qin Feng. The space around him was constantly distorted, and the air exploded. Then, like a mirror, it shattered, and the remaining energy bombarded his body. Qin Feng coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his body staggered. Go to hell. Suddenly, two figures appeared on his left and right, and a pair of fists surrounded by fierce spiritual power were aimed at his head. Qin Feng's pupils shrank. If he was hit, his head would definitely explode. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, right at this moment, two terrifying attacks shot out from the ground. One was a black spear formed by spiritual power, and it carried an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. The tip of the spear was constantly expanding and shrinking. The other was a red blood arrow, and the extremely sharp energy spread out, leaving a deep red mark in the air. On the tip of the arrow, the space was visibly distorted, and the air was escaping. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two attacks instantly pierced through the two experts, and the energy carried by them strangled the vitality in their bodies. At the same time, Qin Feng had overcome the exhaustion period and forcibly suppressed the outbreak of his injuries. He roared to the sky, and the immortal reincarnation I blinked violently. In an instant, a bloody light burst out like a bloody sun, pouring down rays of bloody light in all directions. At the same time, the red light suddenly straightened, and a light flickered, cutting the spiritual-powered giant hand into two halves. In the distance, a dull sound was heard. After this attack, Qin Feng's body trembled, and then he fell. When he was more than 10 meters away from the ground, he used the last of his strength and used his spiritual power to control his body and casually shot into the darkness. Bang! Qin Feng landed on the ground, and his spiritual power protected him at the last moment, so that he did not make much noise. Chapter 307. Heavily injured Qin Feng was unable to discern the direction. His mind was in a daze, and his consciousness was becoming more and more blurry. He was covered in blood and had chosen the darkest place to attack. There was no way for him to discern the direction. However, at this moment, a strong sonic boom was heard, bringing with it a terrifying force that made Qin Feng's body tense up. He could only hear the violent sonic boom getting closer and closer to him. The extremely fierce pressure was also getting stronger and stronger. Boom! The air in front of Qin Feng exploded. He only saw a pink fist appear and smash into his chest. Poochie! Qin Feng's chest instantly caved in, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Without a doubt, most of the bones in his body were broken. His body flew horizontally, and a string of blood burst out in the air. With a loud boom, he smashed into the wall, and that part of the wall collapsed. Qin Feng coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The intense pain made him sober up for a short while. Big flower explosion. Qin Feng's eyelids drooped as he said weakly, "Yeah, I did it. Fourth brother, you promised me." Big flower explosion laughed happily, but suddenly her small body stiffened. She turned her head and looked at Qin Feng, who was pressed down by a rock. Her small face revealed a suspicious expression. "You are, uncle?" Although Big Flower Explosion was innocent, she was not an amnesiac child. She knew that other than Sister Little Nine, only her uncle knew that she was called Big Flower Explosion. Big Flower Explosion hurriedly ran over and moved the rock away. She helped Qin Feng up and asked nervously, "You are uncle?" "Hee, Big Flower Explosion, I didn't expect that even you would attack me." Qin Feng smiled bitterly and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Very well. At least you have become my enemy. In the future, when the imperial capital is destroyed, I won't have any misgivings about you." Big Flower Explosion immediately panicked. She hurriedly wiped the blood off Qin Feng's face and cried, "Uncle, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. If I knew it was you, how could I have attacked you?" Qin Feng's eyelids moved, and his vision became darker. No matter how Big Flower Explosion shook, he could not hold on and fainted. Big Flower Explosion's eyes were dull, and her hands were bloody. She said in a daze, "I killed Uncle. I killed Uncle." In the darkness, the air rippled, and Xin Yuan Owl's figure. He looked at Qin Feng, and an inexplicable luster in his eyes. "Little Blossom, it's time for us to leave," he said indifferently. The spiritual energy in his hand swam as he aimed it at Qin Feng. "I killed Uncle." Big Flower Explosion's words. Big Flower Explosion's Big Flower Explosion repeated this. Big Flower Explosion to Big Flower Explosion. To big flower to flower explosion to little flower flower fourth brother, why did you lie to me? Big flower explosion lowered its head, and its tone was hollow. It sounded like two stones rubbing against each other, making a strange and unpleasant sound. Xianyuan Owl remained silent. Fourth brother, did you know that uncle is the person who treats me the best in the world? He is the first person who has protected me and helped me without any intentions. I won't allow anyone to hurt him. If anyone dares to hurt him, I'll make him flowery. Xianyuan Owl's tone was somewhat stern. Just as he was about to go over, his body suddenly paused. He squinted his eyes and stared closely at Big Popcorn, who had her head lowered. Die. Big Explosion suddenly raised her head, and her lake-like big eyes instantly turned dark green. On her face, spiritual light flickered, and dark green scales flickered. She suddenly opened her mouth, and the smell of blood immediately assailed her nostrils. She opened her mouth wide, and her teeth flickered with an abnormally sharp luster. Roar! There seemed to be the roar of an extremely ancient beast, and an extremely ferocious force quickly attacked. Xianyuan Owl's expression suddenly changed, and the spiritual energy in his body circulated rapidly, and he suddenly struck out with his palm. Boom! At the moment of impact, Xianyuan Owl was sent flying, and his entire arm was twisted. Flower you! Xianyuan Owl was frightened. How did she become like this? Roar! The roar came with a terrifying penetrating force, and the nearby stones all exploded. Xianyuan Owl's body shook violently, and he was directly sent flying by the sound wave, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He clutched his chest, glanced at Qin Feng, and finally quickly left. As he left, Big Explosion gradually returned to normal. The flickering scales on her face also disappeared, and her eyes returned to being transparent. Her gaze was blank, but she quickly remembered. She helped Qin Feng up and found that there was still a weak breath. She was delighted, and she quickly carried him on her back and left. With her small body, it was more accurate to say that she carried him, but in reality, she was dragging him. For someone who had no sense of direction, she didn't know where to go. She only knew that she had to stay away from anyone. In the darkness, Big Explosion dragged Qin Feng, leaving a shocking trail of blood on the ground. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of them. Big Explosion raised her head, and a dark green light flashed in her eyes. She clenched her fists and said, "Who are you? If you want to kill my uncle, I'll eat you. If you want to save him, come with me," the person said. It was a woman's voice. Really? The dark green light in Big Explosion's eyes slowly faded. The woman walked over and checked Qin Feng's injuries and immediately frowned. His bones are almost broken. Hearing this, Big Explosion lowered her head and sobbed softly. "I was the one who hit him. Sister, can you save Uncle?" Chapter 308. Big Explosion's abnormality back then. He had given Big Explosion to the 9th princess. With her relationship with Xianyuan Owl, she must have known about this matter. As for Big Explosion's strange power, it could not be hidden from the shrewd Xianyuan Owl. This time, the one who made Big Explosion take action against him was undoubtedly Xianyuan Owl. And to be able to bring Big Explosion out of the palace, Xianyuan Owl must have followed by his side. Qin Feng was very curious. In his state at that time, Xianyuan Owl would have casually moved his little finger and he would have to report to the underworld. Why did he not make a move against him? It was because Big Explosion stopped him. This was impossible. Big Explosion's strange power was indeed astonishing, but she had no combat experience. She was not Xianyuan Owl's opponent at all. But why did he not make a move against him? Was it because of Lucio deceives the frost? This should be even more impossible. Under such circumstances, no matter how good their relationship was, he would not dare to save him in front of the prince. Qin Feng really could not figure out why Xianyuan Owl did not kill him. He asked Big Explosion. "I don't know." Big Explosion thought for a moment and said, "I only know that he told me to leave, but I did not leave. I wanted to save Uncle. I did not allow anyone to hurt Uncle, so he left by himself. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. This was also possible. Big Explosion had such a large amount of weight. But looking at the serious expression on her little face, she did not seem to be speaking nonsense. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. This Xianyuan owl was really unfathomable. Uncle, do you still blame me? Big Explosion's expression was apprehensive. Qin Feng patted her head and said with a smile, I believe you. Qin Feng knew that he couldn't find out anything from Big Popcorn. He asked Big Popcorn to find Lucio Deceives the Frost. Ever since she left that day, she hadn't come back. Soon, Lucio Deceives the Frost came in. Looking at Qin Feng's improved complexion, he nodded his head and said, Not bad. To be able to survive after suffering such heavy injuries, your vitality is really tenacious. Qin Feng smiled and asked directly, How did you save me at that time? I didn't intend to save you. God is helping you. Lucio Deceives the Frost shook his head and said, That day, I was just strolling around, thinking that if I really met you, I would save your life. I didn't expect that I would actually meet you in such a big city. Who was beside me at that time? Lucio Deceives the Frost looked at Big Explosion and said, She's the only one carrying you. Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned and said hesitantly, You didn't notice that there was someone else? Who else? Lucio Qishuang was stunned. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. Her face paled slightly as she recalled this matter. She had a good relationship with the Ninth Princess, so she naturally knew about Big Explosion. She also knew that Qin Feng had given it to the Ninth Princess. Big Explosion saving Qin Feng wasn't a big deal, but why would Big Explosion appear there? There was only one possibility. The people present at that time were either the Ninth Princess or Xianyuan Owl. She was more inclined to the latter. Thinking of this, Lucio Deceives the Frost's face became dignified. The 8 princes of the imperial family each had their own abilities, but the 4th prince, Xianyuan Owl, was the most unfathomable. Even those who were familiar with him would never know what he was thinking. Because of her relationship with the 9th princess, she had interacted with Xianyuan Owl many times. She knew how shrewd this person was. You're saying that he was also present at that time? Qin Feng nodded and said doubtfully, It's just that I don't understand why he didn't make a move. He was clearly the one who ordered Big Explosion to kill me. But why didn't he kill me in the end? Lucio Deceives the Frost heard this, and his phoenix eyes flashed. He smiled at Big Explosion and said, Little Explosion, you must be hungry. There's already delicious food outside. You go. I'll take care of your uncle. Really? Thank you, Big Sister. Big Flower Explosion smiled happily and skipped out. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and exchanged a glance with Lucio Qishuang. Both of them remained silent until the Big Flower Explosion left. Only then did he ask, You're saying it has something to do with the Big Flower Explosion? Big Explosion? Lucio Deceives the Frost was stunned and immediately understood that he was talking about Little Explosion. Is this the name you gave her? She was quite speechless. As long as she likes it. Qin Feng smiled and then said in a deep voice, You sent her away. Did she hide the situation at that time? I'm not sure about this. Lucio Deceives the Frost shook his head slightly and whispered, This little girl is a little scary. Scary? Qin Feng shook his head and said, She does have extraordinary strength, but she doesn't have any experience and can't use it like an arm. In a direct battle, she doesn't pose a threat. I'm not talking about her strength. It's not like I didn't come into contact with her during this period of time. Lucio Deceives the Frost's voice became lower and lower. It was very secretive. I'm talking about the night when I found you. This little girl gave me a very different feeling. How should I say it? It's a little scary. It's very penetrating. My soul can't help but tremble. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? I can't describe the situation at that time. In short, it was very uncomfortable and unnatural. If I didn't say that I came to save you and that feeling disappeared, I wouldn't even dare to get close to her. I'm guessing that the reason why Xianyuan Owl didn't make a move on you was that he didn't dare to. He was scared away by Big Explosion. Little Explosion. Hearing this, Qin Feng fell silent. If what Lucio deceives the frost said was true, then there really was a problem with Big Explosion. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. But looking at her usual behavior, she doesn't seem to know anything. She doesn't seem like someone who knows how to hide. Moreover, we've been together for so many days. What would she hide from Xianyuan Owl? Unless she's more scheming than Xianyuan Owl. Sister, where's the food? You lied to me. Big Explosion suddenly walked in. Her small face was full of resentment. Perhaps because she was too focused, her mind was filled with the situation that night. In addition, the sound of Big Explosion was too sudden. Lucio deceives the frost, jumped up in fright, and lay on Qin Feng's body. What are you two doing? Big Explosion looked at the two with a strange expression. Cough, cough. Lucio deceives the frost awkwardly coughed and said, Maybe I remembered wrong. You're lying to me. Big Explosion stared at Lucio, deceives the frost with cold eyes. In an instant, even Qin Feng felt that the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. You have to pay the price for lying to me. Big Explosion stood not far away and stared at Lucio, deceives the frost without blinking. The air seemed to have frozen. Lucio deceives the frost, didn't dare to move. His body was stiff, and he felt that it was difficult to breathe. Big Explosion. Qin Feng suddenly shouted. Big Explosion's eyes flashed and looked at Qin Feng blankly. Uncle, why are you yelling at me? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. Big Explosion pursed her lips and said to Lucio deceives the frost, Sister, there's no food outside. Qin Feng and Big Explosion looked at each other and nodded. It seemed that Big Explosion was indeed a bit abnormal. However, she might not be aware of this situation. I'll make it for you. Lucio deceives the frost quickly said. She didn't dare to say that she forgot. Bring Sai Shui here. Chapter 309. I again this time. Qin Feng's injuries were too severe. Relying only on medicinal herbs and the 100 calamity, heaven-devouring art to heal his injuries would not allow him to recover in a short time. Now, the whole process was under martial law, and everyone was searching for his whereabouts. Although the Lucio family's influence was huge, Lucio deceives the frost was hiding it from the family, and it was just his own doing. He definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Sooner or later, he would be discovered. Qin Feng had to be prepared for the worst. Therefore, he needed to heal his injuries in the shortest amount of time possible. Only then would he be able to deal with any unexpected events that might occur at any time. If he were to rely on himself or the pills he got from St. Ryuin, it would be impossible for him to heal his injuries quickly. At this moment, Qin Feng could only look at the demonic eye. That time, he had been on the brink of death, but when the two demonic eyes met, not only did they heal his wounds, but they had also increased his strength by quite a bit. This time, many of his bones were broken. If he were to recuperate normally, he wouldn't be able to recover without a month or two. If the situation of matching eyes happened again, he might be able to speed up his recovery. In any case, Lucio deceives the frost had helped him a lot, especially this time. No matter what, he had to show some appreciation and see if he could control Lucio Saishua's situation. Moreover, he also wanted to use this to stimulate the demonic eye. If it could awaken because of this, then he would have another life-saving method. The next day, Lucio deceives the frost brought Lucio Saishua over. When Lucio Saishua saw Qin Feng, she pounced on him in surprise, her big eyes hazy. Handsome big brother, you finally came to see me. Qin Feng rubbed Lucio Saishua's head, indicating for her to get up quickly. His weak body couldn't bear her weight. He looked at Lucio deceives the frost, who tactfully left the room with exploding flowers. As the two of them left, Qin Feng's expression gradually became serious. Last time, he had unknowingly made the two demonic eyes look at each other, but this time, he had taken the initiative. Even Qin Feng himself was uneasy when it came to such things. He didn't have much confidence. Sai Shui, close your eyes. Qin Feng smiled. What? Lucio Saishua widened her watery eyes. Here's a gift for you. Qin Feng smiled. Lucio Saishua was overjoyed. Really? Handsome big brother wants to give me a gift? Qin Feng nodded, and said, "But you have to close your eyes. Only then will there be a surprising effect." Hearing that, Lucio Saishue hurriedly closed her eyes. Qin Feng stretched out his right hand and pressed it on Lucio Saishue's head, aiming his palm at the center of her eyebrows. He then tried his best to gather spiritual energy in his right palm to activate the demonic eye. But for a long time, there was no response. "What's going on?" Qin Feng was suspicious. The two demonic eyes were so close, so how could there be no reaction at all? Last time, they didn't have any physical contact, but he could feel the special connection between the two of them. Why wasn't there any reaction this time? Could it be because the demonic eye is asleep? Qin Feng pondered, but soon overturned that idea. His demonic eye had always been asleep, but they still met each other's eyes that time. It seems like her demonic eye is asleep. Qin Feng stared at Lucio Saishue, and his eyes flickered. In order for the two demonic eyes to meet, one of them would need to be awake in order to stimulate the other. If both his and Lucio Saishue's demonic eyes were asleep, there shouldn't be any reaction. How did Lucio Saishue's demonic eye wake up last time? Qin Feng was silent. "Handsome big brother, are you done?" Lucio Saishue asked. Qin Feng withdrew his palm and fell in a deep thought. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't take out anything, Lucio Saishue was a little unhappy. Her big black eyes kept rolling, and she looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Feng was stunned. After a long time, he patted his head and took out a bracelet made of beast cores. He smiled and said, "I was struggling with what gift to give you just now, and I got lost in thought. Here, take it." Lucio Saishue's big eyes lit up. She took the bracelet and looked at it. This kind of bracelet was ordinary and could be seen everywhere on the market, but to her, it had a different meaning. Because of her demonic eye, she didn't have any friends. Even many people in her family avoided her like the plague. This was the first time she received a gift from a non-family friend, and she was overjoyed. Looking at the smile on Lucio Saishue's face, Qin Feng's eyes darkened. With her status, who would have thought that an unremarkable bracelet with no practical value could make her so happy? "Come in." Qin Feng shouted to Lucio to seize the frost and the exploding flowers outside. The latter entered the room and was relieved when he saw that Lucio Saishue was fine. Only then did he look behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head slightly and said, "I'll tell you in detail later." After letting Lucio Saishue play for a while, Lucio deceives the frost sent her back. The little girl's situation was special. If she left the sight of her family for a long time, it would arouse suspicion. Of course, Qin Feng and Lucio deceives the frost took turns to remind Lucio Saishue not to let anyone know of his existence. At night, Lucio deceives the frost carefully came to Qin Feng's room. Her situation is a little special. I have to draw out the power in her body. Qin Feng went straight to the point. How did her power appear last time? Lucio deceives the frost said, "Saishue will only transform on the night of the full moon." However, my father worked with some experts to create a special sealing material. That's why her transformation can be suppressed. You want to draw out the evil power in her body. Lucio deceives the frost frowned and said, "If there's an accident, the consequences will be very serious." Qin Feng was silent for a while and said seriously, "There's a certain amount of risk in everything. You should know this. You can't seal the power in her body for too long. It will erupt sooner or later. Besides, didn't I solve it last time?" Lucio deceives the frost was silent for a long time before he nodded. "It will be the night of the full moon in 3 days. I'll bring her here." 3 days later, late at night, Lucio deceives the frost brought Lucio Saishue to Qin Feng's room again. She took off the purple gold bracelets and anklets on the latter's wrists and ankles. Then, she took a deep look at Qin Feng before leaving the room. "Saishue, do you know why people don't want to get close to you?" Qin Feng asked. Lucio Saishue's big eyes darkened. She lowered her head and said softly, "They all say that I'm a monster." Qin Feng smiled and patted Lucio Saishue's head. He said gently, "Do you know? Actually, I'm a monster too. My situation is the same as yours." Lucio Saishue suddenly raised her head and stared blankly at Qin Feng. However, handsome big brother has a way to solve it. Qin Feng looked at Lucio Saishue and said, "However, there may be a certain amount of risk. Are you willing to try? Can I be like handsome big brother? I can make a lot of friends." "Of course you can." Qin Feng smiled. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He saw that Lucio Saishua's expression had changed. It was as empty and lifeless as that night. At the same time, the pitch-black demonic eye between her brows slowly opened. Chapter 3:10. Leave. A large amount of black mist suddenly soared within the room. Gales howled and swept the mist away. Vaguely, there seemed to be a sinister roar that made one's hair stand on end. At the point of contact between Qin Feng's palm and Lucio Saishue's forehead, a scarlet-black light blossomed. The space distorted and vibrated as if an extremely evil energy was slowly being emitted. Within the distorted space, Qin Feng's pupils contracted as he saw a demonic eye. It was pitch black and surged with an evil aura. The eye was scarlet red. The demonic eye stared at Qin Feng with a human-like vertical line in its eyes. At the same time, a demonic light was emitted. Qin Feng's mind was in a daze. Fortunately, he was prepared. He bit the tip of his tongue, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. He quickly regained his senses. Immediately after, he was shocked to discover that he was about to use the power of the black crystal in his energy reserve. This made Qin Feng break out in cold sweat. He quickly circulated his spiritual energy and suppressed the surging evil energy on the black crystal. Qin Feng quickly suppressed the fear in his heart and calmed his mind. He knew that he could restrain the demonic eye the last time, and he could do the same this time. His palm glowed brightly and blocked the corrosion of the demonic light. At the same time, it began to suppress the demonic eye. Roar. Being suppressed, the demonic eye shook violently, and a sinister roar resounded. In an instant, Qin Feng almost lost his mind. Fortunately, the light in his palm grew stronger and stronger, finally suppressing the demonic eye. Following the disappearance of the demonic eye, the black crystal in Qin Feng's energy reserve gradually calmed down. Wang. The point of contact between his palm and his forehead reflected an extremely dense black light. As Qin Feng expected, the black light was suddenly reconstructed and emitted a boundless power that shook one's heart. Rays of light fell, and Qin Feng's injuries were rapidly recovering at a fast speed. His broken bones were reconnected, and his broken meridians were reconnected. His injured internal organs also recovered under the nourishment of this energy. His life force flourished, and all the functions of his body returned to normal. Under the circulation of this energy, he was filled with vitality. Under the nourishment of this mysterious power, Qin Feng's injuries completely healed, and he broke through to the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. His strength had increased by another level. In the room, the commotion gradually subsided. The black mist faded away, and the space gradually returned to normal. Qin Feng could clearly sense that the power in Lucio Saishua's body was slowly fading away. "Demon Eye, help me," Qin Feng called out inwardly. His problem was solved, but Lucio Saishua's problem was not. That demonic eye still took the opportunity to cause trouble. He hoped that the demonic eye would take action. He believed that the demonic eye must have some self-consciousness when facing each other. Otherwise, why would a powerful force surge out from his palm to suppress that demonic eye when Lucio Saishua's demonic eye attacked him? It seemed that his prayer was effective. Just as the demonic eye's power in Lucio Saishua's body was about to fall asleep, a ray of light suddenly shot out from Qin Feng's palm. It went through Lucio Saishua's forehead and entered the demonic eye. Suddenly, a mournful roar came from her body. "So what if you seal me for 10 years? After 10 years, this evil spirit will be born. No one can stop me then." The mournful roar slowly disappeared until it completely disappeared. It was only now that Qin Feng was completely relieved. Although he did not get rid of this guy, he had sealed it for 10 years. He believed that after 10 years, he would have the power to deal with this demonic eye himself. Is the demonic eye an evil spirit? Where did it come from? The outside world? Qin Feng was silent. He had just seen how terrifying and evil that evil spirit was. It was terrifying, and its power was completely different from that of their world. He thought of the demonic eye sleeping in his palm, and his heart palpitated. This guy should also be an evil spirit, but his situation was better than Lucio Saishue's. At least he felt that his demonic eye was easier to get along with than her demonic eye. Now that Lucio Saishue's condition had stabilized, Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, he had fulfilled his promise. Lucio Qishuang's efforts during this period of time could be considered to have received some consolation. He called the latter in and said, Saishue's situation has been resolved. From now on, she can live like an ordinary person. Lucio Deceives the Frost was shocked. He looked at Qin Feng and said in a trembling voice, It's really been resolved. Qin Feng nodded and glanced at the happy Lucio Saishue. He said, Saishue, go outside first. I still have some things to discuss with your sister. After she left, Qin Feng's expression became serious. He said, I couldn't say it clearly just now. Her situation hasn't really been resolved. Lucio Deceives the Frost's heart trembled. There's a terrifying monster lodging in her body. It is already fused with her flesh and blood. It's very difficult to sense its existence, so there's no way to get rid of it. Qin Feng slowly shook his head and said, With my current strength, I can't do it. However, you don't have to worry too much. At least for 10 years, that monster won't be able to cause trouble. After 10 years, I believe that I'll definitely find a way to completely cure it. Lucio Deceives the Frost's eyes lit up when he heard this. My sister will be safe for 10 years? Qin Feng nodded and said with an apologetic tone, I'm sorry. I can't do everything I promised you before. Lucio Deceives the Frost shook his head and said, I'm already very grateful that you can provide my sister with 10 years of normal life. 10 years isn't long, but it's not short either. It's enough for us to think of a way to resolve it. Qin Feng nodded. After a moment of silence, he asked, How's the matter I asked you to investigate going? That night, when he was in danger, 2 people saved him at the critical moment. Qin Feng knew that those 2 people were Tan Xian and Jing Wui. They had also entered the city. Moreover, he heard that there were disturbances in various parts of the city. He guessed that those disturbances were caused by 2 Tian Hui members who had infiltrated the city. No matter how powerful Tan Xian and Jing Wui were, it was impossible for them to cause large-scale disturbances in so many places at the same time. He asked Lucio Deceives the Frost to take his keepsake and secretly investigate this matter. I came into contact with a group of people yesterday. They were your people, but they were very cautious. When they saw your keepsake, they didn't believe me. They said that they would only believe me if they saw you in person. Lucio Deceives the Frost looked at Qin Feng with a complicated expression. She didn't expect that Qin Feng had not only developed his own strength, but also infiltrated the imperial capital. This was a little scary. Ignoring Lucio Deceives the Frost's gaze, Qin Feng asked, Do you have their exact location? Lucio Deceives the Frost nodded and took out a piece of paper. This is their gathering place. However, they are very careful. As for whether they are still there or not, I'm not sure. Qin Feng looked at it and wrote down the location. With a flash of fire, he burned the paper. He stood up and said, Thank you for saving me this time. It's time for me to leave. Lucio Deceives the Frost looked at Qin Feng in shock. You have completely recovered. Qin Feng smiled. He paused for a moment and said in a low voice, Don't get involved in this matter anymore. It's time for us to call it quits. However, don't worry. If I'm still alive in 10 years, I will definitely come back here and help Sai Shui completely solve this problem. Chapter 311. Forces infiltrating the imperial capital. After leaving the room, Qin Feng went to Big Popcorn's room, woke her up, and asked, Big Popcorn, I'm leaving. If you want to stay here, I can talk to Lucio Deceives the Frost. Big Popcorn sleepily said, Uncle, it's so late. Let's leave tomorrow. If I can't leave tonight, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave in the future. Qin Feng said, Big Popcorn, do you want to leave with me or stay here? But I'll say it in advance. It's very dangerous to follow me, and you might die. Big Popcorn blinked her eyes, and her sleepiness disappeared. She quickly got up and put on her clothes. Seeing this, Qin Feng asked again, Are you sure you want to go with me? They want me to kill Uncle. They're all bad people. I don't want to stay here. Big Popcorn put on her clothes and said, My life was saved by Uncle. I want to be with Uncle. Hearing this, Qin Feng sighed in his heart. The reason why he didn't refuse Big Popcorn to follow him was mainly because he was worried about her. After all, she saved him in front of Xianyuan Owl. With Xianyuan Owl's thoughts, if he made a move on Big Popcorn, she definitely wouldn't be able to survive. The two of them packed up and, under the cover of the night, quickly ran to the location. This was an abandoned slum, desolate, and without the slightest bit of vitality. If it wasn't for his trust in Lucio Deceives the Frost, Qin Feng would have thought that she had set a trap. Qin Feng came here, and after searching for a long time, he didn't find any traces. Did they all leave? Qin Feng pondered. Since they were able to infiltrate the imperial capital, they must be cautious people. It was very likely that they had left in advance without fully believing in Lucio's deceit. After searching for a while, Qin Feng confirmed that there was indeed no one here. But just as he was about to leave, an uncertain greeting suddenly came from the darkness. Is it Fengge? Qin Feng's mind trembled as he hurriedly glanced over. Not far away, a silhouette flickered, causing his heart to tremble. Even at such a close distance, he hadn't noticed it. Although he hadn't deliberately used his divine sense, he was still at the mid-stage of the spirit detecting realm. For him, to not notice someone nearby was a bit too powerful. I am Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded and said, Are you a member of Tu Tianhui? Is it really Fengge? The man was overjoyed and quickly ran over. His face was filled with excitement, but he was also a little nervous. After all, this was Tu Tianhui's god, who had caused such a huge commotion. To them, this was undoubtedly a legendary figure. I'm sure it's Qin Feng. The man quickly lowered his voice. Fengge, our people are not here. We are worried that the woman is a liar. We need to leave quickly. Qin Feng didn't say much and followed behind this person with a big popcorn. Qin Feng smiled and said, Brother, your ability is not bad. Even I didn't notice you. The man scratched his head and embarrassedly said, I don't have such ability. It was someone called Jing Wui who left a method to hide his aura on me. He also taught me some concealment methods. Qin Feng was startled. You guys came into contact with Jing Wui? What about Tan Xian? Is he also here? They are all here, the man replied. We didn't find them. They found us. Qin Feng nodded. With the two of them, their chances of breaking through the imperial capital's blockade would greatly increase. The three of them turned through a few streets. Finally, the noise behind them gradually weakened, and the number of luxurious houses around them also began to decrease. It was obvious that they were heading towards a slightly remote area in the city. After passing through another bumpy street, a slightly dilapidated courtyard appeared in Qin Feng's sight. You guys are all here? This surprised Qin Feng. Although this place was relatively remote, it was still very close to the palace. It's Tan Xian who told us. The more dangerous a place is, the safer it is, the man said with a smile. Qin Feng secretly nodded. These two people were indeed worthy of living in the imperial capital for so many years. Their methods, their temperament, and their analysis of the enemy's psychology were all very impressive. This is the place, the man said. Qin Feng nodded slightly. The man quickly stepped forward and pushed the courtyard door open. Within the dilapidated courtyard, there were dozens of men dressed in ordinary clothes. These men had weapons strapped to their backs. Their gazes were filled with caution as they shifted their gazes. A faint aura was hidden within their bodies, causing them to have an additional sense of sharpness. The courtyard door that was suddenly pushed open instantly attracted the attention of these men in the courtyard. Their faces changed slightly, then they pulled out the shining weapons on their backs and pointed them outside the courtyard. Haha, don't be nervous. The man quickly comforted the crowd and smiled. "Everyone, look who's here." Hearing this, those people were stunned. Immediately, their gazes shifted to the black-robed young man behind the man. Looking at the young face, everyone was stunned at this moment. After a long while, their faces were filled with ecstasy and worship. "It's our president, Feng Ge. It's really Feng Ge. He's here." The group of people were incomparably excited. This was the president of the Two Tian society that they admired and looked up to. With his own strength, he had stirred up chaos in the palace and killed several princes. To them, this was simply a miracle. When Duan Hong was developing his forces outside, he had set a rule that no one could break. That was, the true ruler of the Two Tian Hui was Qin Feng. Everyone was not loyal to him, but Qin Feng. At that time, many people had never heard of this name. As for respect, it was only shown on their faces. However, after the king-conferring battle, Qin Feng became famous. With his own strength, he defeated 2 heavenly kings. After that, he even killed princes and broke into the palace, setting off monstrous waves. These shocking feats were like miracles that impacted their hearts. For them to be able to develop into the Two Tian Hui, most of them were at the bottom of the hierarchy. They suffered the most oppression and exploitation from the imperial capital. Therefore, their hatred for the imperial capital was very strong. However, their president, their big brother, was ruthlessly slapped in the face by the imperial capital time and time again. This undoubtedly made them believe in Qin Feng, admire, and look up to him little by little. Such a big brother was enough to make all of them throw their heads, shed their blood, and devote their lives to him. That was why more than 102 Tianhui members would rather die to protect Qin Feng. Qin Feng waved his hand, suppressing the cheers of the crowd. He looked around and said, "How many of us are in the city now? How strong are we?" "We're all at the early stage of the bone-strengthening realm." The leader of the group walked out. This was an unfamiliar face, or rather, everyone here was unfamiliar with him. Chapter 312. Discussion. At present, there are less than 300 people, and Brother Duan Hong is still constantly sending people in. The young man, Wang Zhao, said respectfully, "Nearly 300 bone-strengthening experts. This was not a weak strength." Qin Feng nodded slightly, his eyes looking around, and said, "There don't seem to be more than 200 people here, right? Of course we can't all stay together. It's easy to be wiped out." Wang Zhao nodded and said, "We currently have more than 70 people here, and many of us have secretly joined various small forces, and we have also formed our own mercenary group to earn some extra money to maintain our daily needs." Wang Zhao quickly said. Qin Feng was surprised. It's already developed to this point. Scattering people, joining other forces to hide themselves, and forming a mercenary group. This was almost stable. Wang Zhao smiled. Feng Ge did not escape in time after making a scene in the palace. Brother Duan Hong knew that it was time to use the power of Tu Tian Hui, so he did everything he could to contact Saint Ryuin so that he could have the opportunity to continuously send power to the city. At this point, Wang Zhao's tone also became gloomy. "We're the second batch of power. The first batch almost caused the chaos that day, and all of them were buried." Hearing this, Qin Feng secretly nodded. This Duan Hong really did not fail to live up to his trust, to be able to develop such a force in the capital. He patted Wang Zhao's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I will make them pay double. Our brothers of Tu Tian Hui will not sacrifice the capital in vain." Qin Feng's low voice contained some unconcealable anger and killing intent. Tu Tian Hui's external members, in order to save him, had already lost many people. Although he was Tu Tian Hui's boss, and saving him was something he should do, he still had a responsibility that he could not escape from. "As long as Feng Ge is still alive, we will believe it." Wang Zhao raised his head. The disappointment on his face was immediately replaced by a sense of sharpness and meaning. "Sooner or later, we will make them pay for what they did to us. Feng Ge, you have to live. Only if you live can we have hope for revenge. We entered the city for only one purpose, and that is to send you out of the city at all costs. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Most of the princes had been killed by him, except for the scheming Xianyuan Owl and the elusive first prince, Xianyuan Yi. The other 6 princes were all dead. Now that things had gotten so out of hand, it would be very difficult for him to enter the palace again. Moreover, with his strength, he could only make a move against the princes. As for those of a higher level, with his current strength, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. It was time for him to leave this land. Of course, the most important thing was how to leave the imperial capital. By the way, Tan Xian and Jing Wui have contacted you. Where are they? Qin Feng asked. We don't know either. Those two are very mysterious and hard to find. Wang Zhao shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly said, they said that they wanted to confirm the authenticity of that woman, so it's very likely that they went to find her. Oh no. Hearing this, Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He said to Wang Zhao, I'll go find them. All of you stay here. With that, he quickly ran towards the residence that Lucio Deceives the Frost had arranged. With Tan Xian and Jing Wui's methods, they should be able to find Lucio Deceives the Frost very quickly. With their hatred for the imperial capital, they would not let Lucio Deceives the Frost go so easily. Soon, he approached the place and found some bloodstains and traces of a fight. Qin Feng's heart sank. He spread out his spiritual power and sensed the traces of the remaining spiritual power. He then quickly chased after them. A few minutes later, a few figures appeared in his sight. He saw Lucio Deceives the Frost lying on the ground and Jing Wui raising deicide and was about to slash it down. Qin Feng used the swimming dragon body and instantly traversed hundreds of meters. From a distance, he condensed the power of water and turned it into a sailor. It was just in time to catch Jing Wui's deicide that was about to be slashed down. This is Qin Feng? Jing Wui hurriedly withdrew his saber, his eyes revealing a bewildered expression. Qin Feng appeared with a whoosh and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he managed to stop Jing Wui in time. She saved me, Qin Feng said. She's from the Lucio family. Why would she save you? Tan Xian frowned and said, not long after she came into contact with the people from Tu Tianhui, we found people from the imperial capital wandering around nearby. Maybe it's a coincidence. Qin Feng shook his head and said, if she really wanted to deal with me, she wouldn't have saved me. Moreover, if she set a trap to harm you, you would have seen a large army from the imperial capital. As for why she saved me, I'll explain it to you later. Qin Feng walked over and helped Lucio Deceives the Frost up. At the same time, he gave him a few healing elixirs and said apologetically, I'm sorry. Lucio Deceives the Frost looked at him, then looked at Tan Xian and Jing Wui. She said softly, the last bloodline of the Tan family and the fugitive of the assassin organization. As expected, you guys are really together. If you want to leave, then leave quickly. It's best if you don't stay in the city for too long. Lucio Deceives the Frost said and left. After she left, Jing Wui looked at Qin Feng and asked, why did the Lucio family help you? As far as I know, this family has nothing to do with the Saint Ryuan. We all know that she helped you before because you saved her sister. However, the situation is different now. Why did the Lucio family get involved? Tan Xian also asked. The Lucio family doesn't know about this. Qin Feng shook his head and said, Lucio Deceives the Frost wanted to do this. She wanted to do this? Both of them frowned. In order to save her sister. Qin Feng sighed softly and muttered to himself. Once a person has something that they are determined to protect, they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for it. Tan Xian and Jing Wui were silent. They looked at each other and nodded, no longer pursuing this matter. The three of them quickly returned to the courtyard and discussed with Wang Zhao and the others how to leave the imperial capital. Right now, the entire city is under martial law, especially at the city gate. A large number of experts have been arranged. The best way is for us to appear far away from the city gate, Tan Xian said, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Jing Wui nodded slightly, but immediately shook his head and said, this is a good idea, But if we're too far away from the city gate, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to rush over immediately. Unless... At this point, Jing Wui stopped. His meaning was very clear. Someone needed to be sacrificed and disguised as them to lure the experts away from the city gate. Let's do this, Wang Zhao said. Qin Feng immediately shook his head. Disguising as them to lure the enemies away was a dead end. Feng Ge, this is our responsibility, Wang Zhao said. Qin Feng waved his hand and said, this plan is cancelled. Don't mention it again. Jing Wui and Tan Xian looked at each other and sighed. The situation was extremely unfavorable for them. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream to say that they could leave the imperial capital without any sacrifice. However, Wang Zhao and the others were Qin Feng's subordinates, so they couldn't say anything. Chapter 3:13. Breaking through the city gate. Feng Ge, our responsibility is to protect you as you leave. If you can't even survive, who else can take responsibility for our dead brothers? Wang Zhao's eyes were red as he said, Feng Ge, please leave for the sake of our dead brothers. The front of the capital is under martial law. Wanting to leave without sacrificing anything is simply unrealistic. Someone has to be sacrificed, and you are all capable of great things. If you die here, it will be a great loss to the primitive land. And we, even if we survive, will be sinners of Tu Tianhui, sinners of the primitive land. Feng Ge, you should leave. Moreover, we will only attract the enemy's attention. We won't fight them head-on. There is still a high chance of survival. Qin Feng was silent for a long time. Finally, he let out a long sigh. He patted Wang Zhao's shoulder and said in a low voice, you must survive. Wang Zhao nodded vigorously, then said, in a moment, we will create a disturbance in the city. Find a few people with similar figures and appearances to dress up as you and show your faces in front of them. You will lie in ambush at the city gate. Once you have the chance, quickly leave. They were not people who hesitated in doing things. Once they made a decision, they would immediately carry it out. Qin Feng's group of 3, as well as the big explosion of flowers, disappeared into the night and approached the city gate of the capital. Along the way, Qin Feng was very silent. He didn't say a single word. They hurried at full speed. After more than half an hour, they approached the city gate and hid in a corner, waiting for an opportunity. Seeing the calm expression on Qin Feng's face, Tan Xian sighed and said, you should have a hard time surviving. I know. Qin Feng nodded. Jing Wui walked over and patted Qin Feng's shoulder, saying, your subordinate is right. There will always be sacrifices. As long as you leave alive, their deaths will not be meaningless. I know. Qin Feng closed his eyes and sighed. How could he not know that Wang Zhao and the others had no hope of surviving? But as they said, if there had to be sacrifices, they were the most suitable. If the 3 of them did not successfully leave the city, they would die here sooner or later, and those people would not live for long. Since that was the case, it would be better to do everything in their power to ensure that the 3 of them leave the city. At least in the future, there would be someone to avenge them. However, those were his loyal subordinates. How could Qin Feng feel good about dying for him? However, he knew that this was the most correct and rational decision at the moment. So, no matter how uncomfortable it was, he had to accept it. Time continued to pass, and the night before dawn was especially dark. No one knew when, but there was some movement at the city gates. Following this, groups of soldiers quickly rushed towards the center of the city, and there were also many experts flying in the air. At this moment, the sky was turning bright, making it not as dark as it used to be. Qin Feng and the others were shocked. It was not until 10 minutes later that they moved. They quickly charged towards the last minor heaven realm expert. Boom! There was a huge explosion at the city gates. Before the minor heaven realm expert could react, he was blasted into pieces by an extremely powerful energy. With the combined strength of the 3 of them and their exquisite assassination techniques, almost no one in the heavenly realm could defend against them. After killing the expert that posed the greatest threat, The three of them charged towards the city gates and fought with the army guarding the city. The overall strength of this army was very strong. There were more than 20 spirit-detecting realm experts and more than 100 bone realm experts. However, they were not facing ordinary people, but experts that could kill minor heaven realm experts. Under the three's full charge, more than half of this group of people were killed in less than 3 minutes. When the last person was dealt with, Qin Feng waved at the explosion and quickly charged towards the city gates. However, at this moment, a figure appeared at the gate. Qin Feng suddenly paused. After a moment of silence, he said, "Are you going to stop me too? You killed 6 of my brothers. Do you think I have a reason not to stop you?" The ninth princess stood at the gate, blocking the exit. Her face was filled with pain and complexity. "How is the little imperial grandson dead?" Qin Feng said indifferently. The ninth princess' body trembled. She closed her eyes and softly said, "Why? He's just a baby. Your father slaughtered my entire family, but did he spare baby?" The ninth princess' body trembled. Qin Feng looked at her and said, "My sister? You didn't bring her here, right? My people have already acted, but then they heard that you killed my 7th brother. I planned to kill her, but before the order was sent, she sensed it first and escaped." Qin Feng chuckled and mocked, as expected of the imperial family. "Since that's the case, you have no right to blame me for killing anyone from your imperial family. But this is also good. At least when we fight, it won't be awkward. You don't have to hold back, and I won't show you any mercy." "Huh? The ninth princess, call out your people." Jing Wui sneered. The ninth princess glanced at him and ignored him. She stared at Qin Feng and said, "I came alone. They don't know. Do you think a noble princess can stop 3 demons by herself?" Tan Xian said coldly, "Do you think we'll believe that?" "I don't care if you believe it or not." Before the ninth princess could finish, a chuckle was heard. "As expected, I can't hide it from you. But you are really ruthless. You let so many people die for your own survival." Xin Yuan Owl walked out from behind the ninth princess and clapped his hands. Immediately, a few more people walked out from behind him. They were all minor heaven realm experts. Qin Feng and the others' expressions changed. 6 minor heaven realm experts and the unfathomable Xin Yuan Owl. This force was too strong. Each of them could only deal with 1 minor heaven realm expert. It was impossible for them to deal with 2 at the same time. 4th brother, Xin Yuan Owl, immediately covered the ninth princess' mouth and smiled. Jing, your mission is complete. It's not safe here. Step back." Under his signal, 7th uncle brought the ninth princess to the back. "7th uncle, let me go. I want to explain to Qin Feng." The ninth princess struggled with all her might and shouted to Qin Feng, "Qin Feng, I didn't bring these people. I don't know what's going on." However, 7th uncle used his power to block these words. They couldn't be transmitted. The ninth princess, don't let down His Highness the 4th Prince's good intentions. You can't have the slightest bit of entanglement with this slave. 7th uncle sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness." A powerful yet gentle force restrained the ninth princess. Qin Feng laughed at himself. It seemed that he had trusted the ninth princess too much. "The ninth princess, from now on, you and I are mortal enemies." Chapter 314. Qin Yao attacked. 6 minor heaven realm experts and Xin Yuan Owl. What else could they say? They could only fight and break out of the encirclement as quickly as possible. Regardless of whether they could deal with them or not, they had nothing to worry about. While they were thinking, those people would soon realize that they had been tricked. Once they returned, they would have no way to escape. Although they could still escape now, if they fought with their lives on the line, they still had a chance. Tan Xian and Jing Wui naturally knew this, so the moment Qin Feng attacked, they quickly followed. Each of them exploded with extremely powerful battle power, bombarding the others. Bang! 5 minor heaven realm experts attacked at the same time. A terrifying pressure constantly exploded in the air, and spiritual energy whizzed out like an avalanche. Rumble! As soon as the spiritual energy of the 2 sides collided, a terrifying explosion erupted. The hard walls on both sides trembled, and large pieces of rubble fell down. Qin Feng, Tan Xian, and Jing Wui were sent flying. Facing 5 minor heaven realm experts, they couldn't resist at all. Big flower explosion. As Qin Feng retreated, he used his spiritual energy to control the big flower explosion's body and flew toward the 5 experts. Facing the petite figure that suddenly appeared, the 5 revealed disdainful smiles. Even the 3 of them couldn't do it. So what could this little girl do? Could it be that she was already a 9th heaven realm expert at such a young age? Unless it was a true 9th heaven realm expert, no one with the strength of a minor heaven realm expert could break through their blockade. Thus, no one casually waved their hands. Spiritual energy gathered together to form a spiritual energy barrier. However, although it was casual, they were still minor heaven realm experts, so their power was still shocking. The big flower explosion didn't seem to have any idea, but her face was filled with excitement. From the beginning, she had come here under Qin Feng's protection, so she was angry at her own incompetence. Now that Qin Feng had given her a chance, she must perform well. Thus, the pair of tender and tender fists punched out. Eat my exploding flower fist. Exploding flower fist. Big Explosion was very excited. She clenched her small fists tightly and slammed them on the spirit force barrier. The air couldn't withstand the force and was pressed into a concave shape. It was like an air glove on Big Explosion's fists. Boom! There weren't any energy fluctuations, but the spiritual energy barrier started to tremble violently. Then, under the terrified gazes of the 5 people, it shattered with a loud bang. Exploding flower, exploding fist, exploding again. The big explosion punched out again. This time, it caused the space to distort violently. Then it exploded with a loud bang. The 5 people's expressions changed drastically. Their faces were filled with terror. Before they could react, they were sent flying by a little girl who was not even as tall as their chests. The 5 of them were sent flying for more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground in the palace, each of them spitting out a mouthful of blood. The 5 of them were lying on the ground with faces full of shame and anger. They were actually injured by a little girl and were in such a sorry state. There were 2 other people who were in the same situation as them, but they were more shocked. Tan Xian and Jing Wui stared blankly at Big Explosion, who didn't seem to be satisfied. This little girl was actually so powerful. She broke the spiritual energy barrier that even they couldn't break through with one punch. Then, she sent all 5 of them flying with another punch. This was too abnormal. I'm too weak. I almost used too much strength and threw myself out. Big Explosion waved her fists and looked at Qin Feng with a dissatisfied expression. Uncle, I didn't need to use my full strength. Qin Feng was also shocked by Big Explosion's strength. When she attacked him that night, she didn't seem to be this strong. Could it be because of the changes that night that made her strength increase a lot? Qin Feng didn't have time to think so much. He quickly rushed over and pulled Big Explosion toward the city gate. Now that the 5 minor heaven realm experts were in a state of exhaustion, this was a rare opportunity for them. Tan Xian and Jing Wui also reacted in an instant. They burst out with extreme speed and flashed past the 5 experts. Boom! The 2 of them sent out a palm at the same time, blasting 7th Uncle and the 9th Princess. From Big Explosion's attack, to sending the 5 minor heaven realm experts flying, to Qin Feng's group breaking out and being attacked himself, it all happened in a flash. Even now, 7th Uncle still hadn't recovered from the shock. When the powerful attack came, he instinctively used his spiritual energy to protect the 9th Princess. Bang! 7th Uncle's body trembled, and he staggered back. The 4 of them quickly passed by. However, at this moment, an extremely fierce attack came. This attack contained a lot of power. Clearly, 7th Uncle and the 9th Princess hadn't recovered from a shock, but Xin Yuan Owl was the first to react. However, he instantly analyzed the battle strategy. He didn't rush to block, but rather, he prepared a powerful attack. The 3 of them focused their eyes and suddenly turned around. They attacked at the same time to disperse the attack. Xian Yuan, Shao, quickly flashed over and fiercely threw the long sword in his hand towards the big flower explosion to force Qin Feng to retreat. Next, he struck out with his palm, and a golden palm slammed towards Jing Wui. At the same time, he bent his waist to avoid Jing Wui's counterattack and strangely appeared in front of Tan Xian. His body flipped in the air, and using the spinning force, he ruthlessly swung his leg towards Tan Xian. At the same time, he pointed out a finger, and a golden light shot towards Qin Feng. Just as he blocked the sword, Qin Feng felt a strong force coming at him. He used Sky Devourer finger to block the golden finger. Tan Xian blocked with his arms and collided with Xian Yuan Owl's leg. A fierce wind spread out, and Xian Yuan Owl was sent flying. Tan Xian also retreated. Xian Yuan Zhao's continuous attacks were too fast and powerful. He had actually attacked the three of them at the same time. Moreover, he had successfully forced the three of them back. The three of them looked gloomy. They didn't expect that they would be forced back by one person at the same time. Moreover, the opponent's strength was on par with theirs. This was unimaginable in the past. The three of them looked at each other and attacked Xian Yuan Owl at the same time. However, it was too late. Facing the powerful attacks of the three, Xian Yuan Owl quickly retreated. At the same time, 5 figures with fierce spiritual energy fluctuations appeared and shattered the attacks of Qin Feng and the other two. After the void period, they had recovered and stared at Qin Feng, Tan Xian, and Big Explosion with shame and anger. In the face of the killing intent released by the 5 lesser Heaven Realm experts, the three of them struggled to resist. They felt some regret in their hearts. They should have taken their lives while they were weak. But who would have thought that the three of them would be forced back by Xian Yuan Owl at the same time and delay? The 5 small Heaven Realm experts reacted and realized that it would be very difficult for them to break through. "It's time to end this," the 5 of them said coldly. Qin Feng and the other 2 had unreadable expressions. This time, they really couldn't escape. They looked at each other and saw a hint of madness in each other's eyes. However, just as they were about to go all out, a bright white light suddenly bloomed from behind the city gate. Then, a string of bloody light burst out from behind the 5 of them. In the white light, a blurry figure walked out. However, it could be seen that it was a woman. She was covered in white light and gave off a holy feeling. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, Qin Feng's body suddenly stiffened. He stared at the figure in the white light. Then, a sluggish voice slowly came out of his mouth. Chapter 315. Cut in half. Qin Feng was stunned, completely stunned. His mouth was slightly agape as he stared unblinkingly at the fairy-like silhouette walking towards him from within the white light. His brain lost its ability to think for a moment. He even felt like he was in a trance and hallucinations. Within the white light, the silhouette contained an immense amount of power that made his heart palpitate. How could this be his sister, Qin Yao? Why would she appear here? When he saw the silhouette's face clearly, blood rushed to his brain, and he almost couldn't control himself from screaming at the sky. That was his sister. That's right, that silhouette was Qin Yao. Like a fairy, she was surrounded by heavenly light, making her seem even more ethereal. At this moment, Qin Feng's eyes were moist. How long has it been? How many days and nights has his sister finally returned? She was so powerful and domineering. She has returned. Just like before, she was surrounded by a halo that made the entire city of Sin feel shocked. This was the sister he imagined, the one who was surrounded by the halo of a genius. She had finally returned. The white light gradually disappeared. In a flash, the woman appeared beside Uncle Hu and the 9th princess. With a flash of cold light, a sharp sword flashed, and Uncle 7 was sent flying. Then, the long sword that was shining with cold light rested on the 9th princess' neck. "Sister," Qin Feng whispered. Even now, he still felt that it was unreal. His sister had appeared before him just like that, and she was so powerful. Tan Xian and Jing Wui were also stunned. They didn't think that at such a critical moment, there would be such an expert to help them. This was an unexpected surprise. Over at the Imperial City, Xinyuan Owl's face was also filled with shock. At such a critical moment, such a sudden turn of events caused his calculative mind to freeze. Especially when he saw that the ninth princess was restrained, his heart was filled with anxiety. Let go of the princess. At this moment, seventh uncle was the closest to the ninth princess. He suddenly launched an attack. One of his hands bent into a claw and grabbed Qin Yao's back. The other hand turned into a knife and chopped down on Qin Yao's arm that was controlling the sword. Qin Yao's expression didn't change. A white light bloomed behind her and blocked seventh uncle's claw. Then, with a flash of sword light, the long sword left the ninth princess's neck, but in a moment, it pressed down on her shoulder again. In the blink of an eye, half of seventh uncle's palm was sliced off, causing blood to spurt out. His expression suddenly changed. He quickly retreated a distance and stared at Qin Yao with a serious expression. Her speed shocked him. Even with his strength, he couldn't see how she cut off half of his palm. In the blink of an eye, not only had seventh uncle's sneak attack failed, but he had also lost half of his hand to Qin Yao. This shocked everyone present. After all, seventh uncle was a minor heaven realm expert, yet he had lost half of his hand so easily to this woman. This kind of strength was a little shocking. Let go of Jing Jing, and I can let you leave. At this moment, Xinyuan Owl also calmed down. He stared at Qin Yao for a moment, then shook his head and laughed at himself. It seems that we've misunderstood. The most terrifying person in the Qin family isn't Qin Feng, but his sister, Qin Yao. Qin Yao ignored him and looked at Qin Feng. Her calm eyes softened. Little Feng, let's go. Qin Feng nodded and motioned to Tan Xian and Jing Wui. Then, he walked towards Qin Yao. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They didn't expect Qin Feng to have such a trick up his sleeve. This sister was too scary. They had indeed misunderstood Qin Feng. He didn't know that Qin Yao would appear at this time. The group began to retreat, while Xinyuan Owl and the others closed in. If you continue to follow, I can't guarantee that the ninth princess will still be alive. Qin Yao's eyes turned cold. Her long sword vibrated, and a trace of blood seeped out from the ninth princess' white neck. Xinyuan Owl immediately stopped the group. He stared at Qin Yao and said, "Let go of my sister, and I promise I won't chase after you. When we leave safely, I will naturally let her go," Qin Yao said. "Xinyuan Owl, if you still don't know what's good for you, even if big sister Qin Yao doesn't do it, I will," Jing Wui said. Xinyuan Owl slowly squinted his eyes. His eyes flashed. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "You guys can go now." The group quickly left the city gate with the ninth princess and disappeared into the endless forest. They changed directions a few times before they finally got rid of the spies in the dark. Under a waterfall, Qin Feng used the water god technique and opened up a vacuum water field. With the waterfall as a cover, no one would notice them if they weren't careful. "Big sister Qin Yao, let us deal with the ninth princess." Jing Wui stared at the ninth princess unkindly. He flipped his palm, and deicide appeared in his hand. Qin Yao looked at Qin Feng and asked him what his plan was. Looking at Jing Wui, who was walking toward the ninth princess, Qin Feng went silent for a while. In the end, he sighed and walked up to Jing Wui, blocking him. "Qin Feng, you're not going to kill her?" Jing Wui frowned and said calmly, "We were trapped at the city gate because of her. Don't forget that it was her father who ordered the killing of your people. We promised Xinyuan Owl that when we're safe, we'll let her go," Qin Feng said. "We don't need to keep our promises to the royal family," Tan Xian said slowly. He also supported killing the ninth princess. Qin Feng shook his head and said to the two, "The royal family owes me, and one day I'll return everything. However, I owe the ninth princess. I won't be an ungrateful person. This time, I'll treat it as paying back everything I owe her. Just give me some face and don't make things difficult for her." Tan Xian and Jing Wui were silent for a long time and sighed softly. Qin Feng's entanglement with the ninth princess made them feel helpless. They couldn't stop him from repaying his debt. Moreover, The ninth princess was his sister. Remember our previous agreement. See you in the 100,000 Bear Mountains. Tan Xian and Jing Wui didn't make things difficult for the ninth princess and quickly left. Qin Yao glanced at the ninth princess and said to Qin Feng, "Little Feng, we should also go." Qin Feng nodded slightly and said, "Sister, I have something to say to her alone." Qin Yao nodded her head and left with big flower explosion for a distance. Qin Feng looked at the ninth princess and said after a moment of silence, "Of my two brothers, one was like me. His whole family was massacred by your father. As for the other, his master, sister, and all his brothers and sisters were killed by your father. I have a blood feud with you. This will not change because of anything. One day, I'll come back for revenge. So, today we're completely finished. I don't owe you anything." The ninth princess's face was calm, and she didn't say anything. Chapter 316. Chapter 316, The Mother Thing. The ninth princess' delicate body trembled violently. She turned her head and looked at Qin Feng in shock. Her heart, which was as calm as dead ashes, rippled violently. You didn't kill the little prince? You set a trap to kill me, but I didn't kill the young prince. Now I've even let you go. So no matter how much I owe you, we're even now." Qin Feng said, "If we meet again, we'll be mortal enemies." Qin Feng, there's nothing more to say between you and me." Qin Feng interrupted the ninth princess's words. After that, he no longer paid any attention to her and quickly left. The ninth princess stared blankly at Qin Feng and suddenly said, "Do you still remember what you promised me?" Qin Feng paused, but did not turn around. He chuckled and said coldly, "You want me to follow you back to the imperial palace and turn myself in? What if I can save your life?" The ninth princess bit her red lips. "You promised me." Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the gradually brightening sky. He said, "Even if you risk your life to protect me, will you still be willing to let me follow you and think about how to kill your family all the time? The blood feud between us cannot be resolved. Only when one side is completely annihilated can it be resolved." The ninth princess shuddered. She slowly closed her eyes and said softly, "Live well. This is what you have to do for me." Hearing this, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and sighed in his heart. "Go. The energy I gave the little prince can only keep him safe for a month, and it's about time." After saying that, he didn't stay any longer and left the place. In the beginning, he did want to use the little prince to threaten the first prince and the emperor of the imperial capital. If this plan failed, he would kill the little prince and let them have a taste of this pain. However, when that woman knelt on the ground and begged him to let her child go, Qin Feng's heart was also shocked. No matter how much humanity he had, a mother's love for her child would not change. Qin Feng really could not be so cold-blooded. If he killed a child who was only a few months old, how was he any different from the people in the capital? Therefore, when he left the mansion, he sealed the little prince in a remote corner and refined some energy to seal his body. Nothing would happen to him for at least a month. By returning this favor to the ninth princess, he would completely cut off all ties with her. As for the ninth princess setting a trap to kill him, Qin Feng naturally knew that it was Xian Yuan's scheme. His goal was to make sure that there was no room for reconciliation between him and the ninth princess. Let him hate the ninth princess and let the ninth princess completely give up. Therefore, just now, he deliberately stopped the ninth princess from explaining. Since they had already reached this point, why add a trace of entanglement? Completely cutting off all ties was the most correct decision. After Qin Feng, Qin Yao, and the big flower explosion left the waterfall, the three of them rushed all the way, constantly moving away from the imperial capital. They traveled for an entire day until the sky darkened. Only then did they find a place to hide in a valley with plenty of water. Qin Feng's use of the water god technique had already reached the point of perfection. As long as there was enough water, he could use the power of water to cover all of his aura. Under a cliff, there was a huge rock lying in a natural cave below. The three of them hid inside. Only now did Qin Feng have the time to ask Qin Yao what was going on. In response to Qin Feng's doubts, Qin Yao explained one by one. The medicine you gave me worked. It healed all my internal injuries. But how are you so strong now? This was Qin Feng's biggest question. It had only been 2 or 3 years since he gave her the medicine. No matter how powerful Qin Yao was, it was impossible for her to become so strong. According to his estimation, even if he went all out, he might not be a match for Qin Yao. In the bone-strengthened realm, even if Qin Yao's talent was excellent, she would be stuck for at least 3 or 4 years. But now, Qin Yao was about to enter the small heaven realm. How did she cultivate? The advancement of the bone-strengthened realm was not directly related to talent. At that time, he had settled down for nearly 2 years in the St. Ryuan. After that, he spent more than 2 years in the spiritual space. In total, it was at least 4 years before he gained psychic connection. In just 2 or 3 years, Qin Yao's strength had soared from the sea-opening realm to the small heaven realm. This was too incredible. Qin Yao smiled and did not answer directly. Instead, she said, Xiaofeng, it's time to tell you. When I was young, I met Aunt Lan, your birth mother. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly widened. He stared blankly at Qin Yao. He had appeared in the Qin family before. How was that possible? His father did not say so. I know that father has already told you about your birth mother, but for some special reasons, or to protect you, father might not have told you everything. He might have even lied to you. Aunt Lan did live in the primitive land for a period of time. At this point, Qin Yao paused for a moment and then whispered, but you also know that before father met Aunt Lan, grandfather forced him to marry her. So at that time, except for few people, no one knew Aunt Lan's true identity. Few people had even seen her. Moreover, at that time, he already had me. Aunt Lan was very good to me. The reason I have my current achievements is because of Aunt Lan's kindness. I also know that father and Aunt Lan were true love, but at that time, he already had me. Father could not let my mother be sad. Plus, there might be something we don't know, so Aunt Lan quickly left. In less than a year, Yu and Yao Yu appeared in the Qin family. Qin Feng clenched his fists. His heart ached. Falling in love with someone with a family, his mother must have been very uncomfortable back then. In the end, his mother was a third party, and he was an illegitimate child. Although it was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines here, his mother did not have the slightest wedding ceremony, nor did she have any status. Sister, do you still remember what my mother looked like? Qin Feng asked. She was as beautiful as a fairy, gentle and graceful. As she spoke, Qin Yao sighed and said, I was too young back then. I don't remember clearly what Aunt Lan said to me. However, I do know that Aunt Lan told me to protect you well. Xiaofeng, back then, Aunt Lan gave you to the Qin family. After so many years, she never came back to see you. There must be a reason. Moreover, I once heard my father, who was drunk, say that Aunt Lan's power was too terrifying. She was an incomparably noble princess. My father said that he was not worthy of Aunt Lan. I understand. Qin Feng slowly let go of his hand and laughed at himself. My mother should have formed her own family. I'm afraid I've already become a burden to her. Qin Yao looked at Qin Feng and sighed. Xiaofeng, no matter what happens, I believe that Aunt Lan's love for you is true. What mother doesn't love her child? Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, Sister, I understand. Can you remember anything else about my mother? Chapter 317. Idiot brother Qin Feng froze as he stared at the pearl in Qin Yao's hand. It looked as if it was made out of jade. Its exterior was smooth and round, and it was surrounded by a faint halo. The inside of the pearl was transparent, and in the middle there was a blue light the size of a bean. At first glance, it looked like a burning blue flame. What is this? Qin Feng asked. It was left behind by Aunt Lan. Qin Yao smiled and said, Now it's time to return it to its rightful owner. Feng, give me the jade pendant that Aunt Lan left behind for you. Qin Feng froze. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, Sister, since mother left it for you, then it's yours. Plus, you already have a jade pendant. Hearing this, Qin Yao shook her head with a smile and said, It was originally yours. Only when the jade pendant and the pearl are combined, can it be considered complete? I think this is what Aunt Lon wanted as well. This is the only thing she left for you. Don't you want it to be complete? Qin Feng paused for a while and took out the jade pendant. Only now did he understand what the hole in the middle of the jade pendant was for. He always thought it was like that. Seeing Qin Yao put the pearl into the hole, and the size was just right, Qin Feng finally understood. As the pearl was put into the jade pendant, a soft light bloomed. When the light disappeared, the jade pendant and the pearl were perfectly combined. There was not a single gap. It was too magical. Qin Feng held in his hand and studied it carefully. However, he could not figure out what it was. He could only put it away. Maybe this was just a memory left for him by his mother, and there was no other meaning. Sister, is there really no news from father? Qin Feng did not give up and asked again. Qin Yao sighed deeply and said, when I found out that it was you who asked the 9th princess to take me into the palace, I realized that there were many strangers in the city of Sin. At that time, I guess that you might have encountered something that was beyond your control and could have affected your family. So I warned father. When I was on my way back to the palace with the 9th princess, I heard that you killed the 7th prince. So I ran away. In order to avoid their pursuit, I went through many twists and turns before I returned to the city of Sin. However, it was too late. The Qin family was burned down by a fire. I did not find anything. After that, I hid myself near the kingdom, until the day you caused a ruckus in the palace. I do not know what happened to father and the other family members. Qin Feng was silent for a while. Then he said, I know that the Saint Ryuan is protecting the Qin family, but not father and mother. My father and mothers were not. My father. It seems like there are still people alive in our family. Qin Yao nodded. After a while, she said, Xiao Feng, with our current capabilities, it's best if we don't come into contact with the other family members. I know. That's why I plan on leaving this place. Through the 100,000 Bear Mountains? Qin Yao nodded, but it's a difficult path. At least it's better than staying here. Sister, you should leave with me. Yes. Since I found you this time, I don't plan on being separated from you again. In life or death, we will be together. Of course, it won't be that easy to get rid of me. Suddenly, a voice that was mixed with bitterness drifted over, startling Qin Feng and Qin Yao. The latter was about to make a move when Qin Feng pulled her back. He bitterly smiled. She's one of us. One of us? Qin Yao froze. You have an appointment with someone else. Qin Feng shook his head. He looked up at the person who was walking over and said, Gong Xiaoxi, how did you find me? Gong Xiaoxi walked in with a cold face. She sat down beside Qin Feng and forcefully pushed him off the rock. Qin Feng got up with his face covered in dirt. He patted the dust off his body and asked Gong Xiaoxi, even the spies in the capital didn't find this place. How did you find me? Gong Xiaoxi looked coldly at Qin Feng and said, So, you were really fooling me at that time? Little cutie, you bastard. Qin Feng was speechless. Qin Yao looked at the two of them with great interest. There was a gratified smile on her face. Little she, it's really dangerous for you to be with me. I don't want you to be in danger with me. Qin Feng said. I said, as a disciple of the heavenly palace, this is my responsibility. Gong Xiaoxi said, if you don't want to, then I'll go to the 100,000 barren mountains by myself. Qin Feng was helpless. How could he let her go to the 100,000 barren mountains by herself? How did you find me? Gong Xiaoxi crossed her arms and said coldly, Do you think you didn't have to pay anything for taking advantage of me that night? Since you took advantage of me, you have to bear the responsibility. Wait, Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. You were the one who forced a kiss on me. He was speechless. Why are you acting like Demon Queen Hua? When you kissed me that night, I left a trace of my aura in your body. As long as you're not dead, I can find you even if you're at the end of the world. I kissed you. Qin Feng's eyes widened. This Gong Xiaoxi must have been infected by the flower demon. Her ability to lie through her teeth was superb. She was clearly the one who stole his first kiss, but she actually said that she was the one who kissed him first. This was simply an upgraded version of the flower demon. Little Feng, come here. Qin Yao pulled Qin Feng aside and asked, Who is this girl to you? Why did you force a kiss on her? Is she your girlfriend? Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. To hell with his girlfriend. Was the girl who gave me the medicine with you that night also your girlfriend? You knew. Qin Feng was stunned and said, Sister, you knew that I was back then. Don't interrupt. Qin Yao pinched Qin Feng's arm and said, I saw that the girl was also interested in you that night. Little Feng, you can't have a foot in two boats. Qin Feng's forehead was covered with black lines. The flower demon was interested in him. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. She's a demon. I was with her in St. Ryuan for several years, and we were either fighting or making trouble. The days when we got along well can be counted with fingers. It's harder for her to be interested in me than a sow climbing a tree. Qin Feng curled his lips and said, That's hard to say. I think this Gong Xiaoxi and the girl that night are both interested in you. Qin Feng was speechless and said, Sister, when did you become so gossipy? It was so dark that night. What can you tell with just a few glances? Also, look at Gong Xiaoxi's attitude toward me just now. I should be thanking the heavens if she doesn't treat me as an enemy. Sister, don't gossip. It's related to your lifelong happiness. Sister will gossip today. Qin Yao said, Little Feng, I think these two girls are good, but you can only choose one. If you waver, both of them will be hurt in the end. Qin Feng hurriedly stopped. They were not even close. If she continued, would she say that she was his fiancée? He didn't admit it at all. Elder sister, ever since I entered the Holy Dragon Institute, I have never gotten along well with these two people. What you said is simply not true. Let's put this matter aside for now. What we should think of now is how to break through the imperial capital's blockade. Seeing Qin Feng's confident face, Qin Yao chuckled and said in her heart, A girl knows a girl's mind the best. Those who can make trouble with you are either enemies or have you in their hearts. Chapter 3:18. Crisis. Since Gong Xiaoxi was already here, Qin Feng naturally couldn't chase her away. He could only bring her with him. The three of them discussed for a while and decided on the best escape route. In the end, Qin Feng decided on a route that just happened to pass by the forest in the Nine Spirit Mountain range. However, just as they were about to move, Qin Feng suddenly noticed that Big Explosion was sitting there sullenly. It seemed that ever since they escaped from the city, she hadn't said a word. Big Explosion, what's wrong? Qin Feng asked. Isn't this? Gong Xiaoxi finally noticed Big Explosion and recognized her. Big Explosion raised her head and said pitifully, Uncle, I'm hungry. Qin Yao and Gong Xiaoxi's faces stiffened. What? This little girl called Qin Feng uncle. You're too used to it. Qin Feng looked at the two speechlessly. Little cutie, you're already an uncle. Gong Xiaoxi covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Yao was stunned. What was going on? Xiao Feng being called uncle by a little girl was fine, but how could a big man like him be called little cutie? Qin Feng's face was full of black lines. Today, his image in front of his sister had completely collapsed. He was too lazy to explain. He quickly slipped out and hunted an antelope. He cleaned it nearby and then returned to the cave. He set up a bonfire and barbecued Big Explosion until she was full. Qin Feng had seen Big Explosion's power. This was a big killer move. Qin Feng couldn't let her starve. The four of them quickly left the place and shuttled through the dense forest, heading towards the forest in the Nine Spirit Mountain range. After walking for a short distance, they suddenly stopped. Their faces were full of shock. Similarly, the girl who appeared in front of them also had a face full of shock. However, both sides quickly reacted. Suddenly, spiritual energy burst out. You are one of the Gemini swords? Qin Xian? Qin Feng asked. Qin Feng. Qin Xian's pretty face gradually turned cold. Qin Feng was speechless. It was too much of a coincidence for them to bump into each other. He said seriously, You are here to avenge Qin Yuan, right? Qin Xian nodded slightly. Her long sword shook, and in an instant, a sharp sword chi spread out. Qin Feng stared at her and said, I know you didn't participate in killing me. You can leave. I don't want to kill you. But you kill my brother, Qin Xian said coldly. Just as Qin Feng was about to speak, Qin Yao spoke first. Her countenance was cold and indifferent. Your brother chased after my brother, but he was too weak and was killed by my brother instead. He can only blame himself for this. If you want to kill my brother, you have to get past me first. You are? Qin Yao. Qin Xian was taken aback. Her beautiful face was filled with bitterness as she said, "You are also an elder sister. You should be able to understand the pain of your younger brother being killed. Let me ask you, if it was my younger brother who killed Qin Feng, would you seek revenge?" Qin Yao didn't say anything. If Qin Feng was really killed by someone, she would probably kill that person at all costs. Miss Qin Xian, I want you to understand one thing. The royal family wants to kill me, but I have no grudges with your brother. He came to kill me for benefits. Could it be that I can't fight back and let him kill me? I know that you and Venerable Sword didn't participate in this matter. It was your brother's private action. But what I want to say is that when I was chased by him like a stray dog, you didn't stop him from killing. So when I killed him, you have no right to blame me. Qin Feng looked at her coldly. Don't use the reason of avenging your brother to show how righteous your actions are. Do you only allow your brother to kill people and not allow others to fight back? You are a reasonable person. I hope you can understand that your brother's death is his own fault. You can't blame others. Qin Xian smiled bitterly. She slowly raised her sword and said, Even if he did something wrong, he is still my brother. You don't have to hold back. If he dies, it is because I am not strong enough. After that, Qin Xian's chi became sharper and sharper. Sword chi swept out. Qin Feng and Qin Yao looked at each other and sighed. Then, their eyes turned cold and they attacked at the same time. Bang! The three figures crossed each other in the air. With a groan, Qin Xian knelt down on one knee. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Qin Feng turned around and looked at Qin Xian indifferently. I also lost my family. I understand this pain, but this is the last time. If you're still stubborn, I will definitely kill you next time. After that, Qin Feng didn't stay any longer. He quickly left with the three. They climbed over many mountains. In less than a night, they had crossed hundreds of miles. On the way, they had encountered many attacks from the imperial capital. However, there were no Nine Heavens Realm super experts, so they were not hindered at all. He and Qin Yao both had the power to kill Nine Heavens Realm super experts. They also had the terrifying power to send 5 Nine Heavens Realm super experts flying with one punch. It could be said that if the Nine Heavens Realm super experts didn't show up, no one could threaten them. After killing another group of people, Qin Feng received a shocking piece of news. Tan Xian and Jing Wui had been discovered by the imperial capital and had fallen into an encirclement. Although he wasn't sure if it was true, he had to verify it. These two had helped him many times before. They had even worked together to kill several princes. They appreciated each other. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have let go of Lucio Deceives the Frost and the Ninth Princess just because of a few words from Qin Feng. At this moment, they might be in trouble. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Okay, I'll go with you, Qin Yao said. Qin Feng shook his head. He took out the stone axe and gave it to Qin Yao. You already know the location of the 9 Spirit Mountain Range. When the time comes, just take this axe. That senior shouldn't make things difficult for you. Xiao Feng. Qin Feng waved his hand to interrupt Qin Yao. He said seriously, Sister, trust me. I can handle this. Plus, I've been through so much with them. I won't die so easily. Wait until I meet up with them. I'll come find you. Little cutie, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Gong Xiaoxi said. Forget it. Xiao Feng, you go. Sister won't burden you. Qin Yao stopped Gong Xiaoxi and said to Qin Feng, We'll wait for you at the 9 Spirit Mountain Range. Okay. Qin Feng nodded. He took out the spiritual power from the purple bowl and attached it to the three of them. This spiritual power can hide your presence for 2 hours. After saying that, he quickly left the place. He rushed to the place where Tan Xian and Jing Wui might be surrounded. Sister Qin Yao, how can you let little cutie go alone? Gong Xiaoxi was puzzled. Her tone was somewhat anxious. Since he did this, he naturally has his reasons. Qin Yao's beautiful eyes flickered. Ignoring Qin Yao and the others, Qin Feng sped up. He rushed through the forest at top speed. His face was very gloomy. From the tone of those people and their behavior, Tan Xian and Jing Wui might really be in danger. Chapter 319, Spirit Healer and Assassin. After running in the mountain forest for a while, Qin Feng could gradually perceive that there was a powerful energy explosion in the distance. He was shocked. He took out the last bit of spiritual power from the purple bowl and covered his whole body with it. Then he slowly approached that place. 10 minutes later, the sound of energy explosions became clearer. He could even see a sharp spear light shooting into the sky, bringing with it a fierce wind. He could also see a red blood arrow flying across the sky and fiercely colliding with a black broadsword. Qin Feng was sure that Tan Xian and Jing Wui had really fallen into the enemy's encirclement. After another 1,000 meters, they climbed over a mountain. There was a valley in front of them. Violent energy was roaring inside. Qin Feng hid behind a rock and carefully observed the situation in the valley. There were not many people on the other side, but they were very powerful. There were 2 minor heaven realm experts besieging Tan Xian and Jing Wui. At both ends of the valley, there was a person standing guard. His strength was also at the minor heaven realm. In addition, there were 3 or 4 people, 9 minor heaven realm experts. Qin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that the imperial capital knew their strength very well. They knew that spirit-detecting realm experts were no threat to them, so they had sent minor heaven realm experts. What's wrong? Suddenly, his gaze froze. Most of these people were dressed in black from head to toe. Even their faces were wrapped in black cloaks. Qin Feng had never seen people dressed like this before. He also did not know that the imperial family had such a force. Suddenly, his moving gaze stopped and scanned the 2 people. At a certain moment, Qin Feng understood the identity of these 2 people. Their spirit power was abnormally strong. Clearly, they were from a spirit organization. As for those people in black clothes and black pants, they used their spiritual power to fight. In addition, their movements were ghostly and their attacks were sharp and tricky. Qin Feng could roughly guess their identities. The imperial family had never used a dark force, an assassin organization. After understanding the details, Qin Feng was relieved. As long as they were not surrounded by the imperial army, there was a chance of survival. He used the uneven terrain to slowly approach while analyzing the situation. If I use the 3 mind seals well, I should be able to severely injure the 3 minor heaven realm experts. If I activate the Great Desolate Battle Body, I should be able to help Jing Wui injure one of them. If I use the Undying Light, I can quickly kill one of the people attacking Tan Xian. Qin Feng quickly calculated the feasibility in his mind. He could already form 40 spirit seals, and their power was enough to severely injure a minor heaven realm fighter. As long as he used them at critical points, it wouldn't be a problem to severely injure the 3. With the Great Desolate War Constitution activated, it would not be a problem for Zhang Xian to severely injure someone. The key was the Immortal Light, which required him to open the Immortal Tensei Eye. Although he could barely open it now, it would take a lot of energy. However, if they succeeded, they would lose 5 or more people at once. The 3 of them would definitely have a chance to escape. Having made his decision, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't dawdle. He slowly approached. Rumble. Swoosh. He threw out 3 mind seals, all of which landed beside the 3. Because he had hidden his body and the 3 were only paying attention to the battlefield, they didn't even have time to react before being devoured by the horrifying energy. Rumble. Qin Feng suddenly rushed into Jing Wui's battle circle. Chaotic light bloomed around his body. Before he attacked one of them, a red light flashed between his eyebrows as he activated the Immortal Tensei Eye. Using the Immortal Light, he instantly pierced through one of the warriors attacking Tan Xian, killing him on the spot. When the Immortal Light was shot out, Qin Feng didn't look back anymore. He used all of his power to attack one of them. The yin-yang fusion spell landed on that warrior's body. The sky-devouring finger, the hand of holding yin, and the hand of holding yang were all shot out at the same time. That warrior was blown away on the spot, with many fractures on his body. Qin Feng's sudden attack only lasted for a moment. It seemed that he had injured 3 people, killed one of Tan Xian's opponents, and then severely injured one of Jing Wui's opponents. But in fact, it all happened at the same time. Therefore, before they could react, 4 of them were injured and 1 of them was dead. While everyone was still in a daze, Tan Xian and Jing Wui were the first to react. They frantically attacked and injured their opponents. Haha, Qin Feng, I didn't expect your assassination skills to be no worse than ours. Jing Wui laughed. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Qin Feng said as he quickly ran toward the entrance of the valley. Tan Xian and Jing Wui also knew that the situation was urgent. Without any delay, 3 powerful attacks simultaneously attacked the Heaven Realm warrior guarding there. Rumble. Under the joint attack of the 3, that person couldn't resist at all. They smoothly broke through the encirclement. When they passed by that person, Qin Feng suddenly carried him on his shoulder and absorbed the spiritual energy in his body. Tan Xian and Jing Wui looked at him in disbelief. But after sensing that Qin Feng's spiritual energy was quickly recovering, they understood that he had absorbed someone else's spiritual energy. After absorbing the last trace of spiritual energy, Qin Feng threw away that person's corpse and recovered more than half of the spiritual energy he had used to activate the undying Tensigen. The 3 of them exploded their speed to the extreme and only stopped after they were dozens of miles away. This time, we are lucky to have you. Tan Xian was panting slightly. This time, if Qin Feng hadn't killed 5 of the opponents at once, they wouldn't have been able to break through at all. This time, the Assassin Organization and the Spiritual Force Organization worked together. We had to be careful. Jing Wui's face was very gloomy. He hated being chased by people from his own organization, but he couldn't do anything about it. Qin Feng and Tan Xian both nodded. Whether it was a spiritual force master or an assassin organization, they were both extremely difficult to deal with. One was the most dangerous profession, while the other was proficient in concealment and assassination. They were much more dangerous than the people from the imperial capital. But we don't have to worry too much. These 2 organizations are very few. They don't have that many experts comparable to the Heaven Realm. This time, we were unlucky to have encountered them. As long as we enter the 9 Spirit Mountain range, we will be safe. Qin Feng looked in the direction and said softly, You've been to the 9 Spirit Mountain range? The 2 looked at him. Qin Feng didn't hide anything. He told them that he knew a powerful existence in the 9 Spirit Mountain range. As long as they entered its territory, it would definitely attack. If that's the case, as long as we get close to that place, the imperial capital won't dare to chase us. Tan Xian nodded, then immediately frowned and said, But it's at least a few hundred miles away from there. It won't be that easy for us to pass through. What about your sister and the others? I've already told them to head over first. Qin Feng spoke, his gaze sweeping through the surroundings. The 3 of them rested for a moment, then quickly ran in that direction. The 3 of them quickly passed through the dense forest. Suddenly, the faint smell of blood floated in the air. This caused Qin Feng's face to change. This direction led to the 9 Spirit Mountain range, and there was a thick smell of blood in front of them. In an instant, Qin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly rushed towards the source of the smell of blood. Tan Xian and Jing Wui also realized something, and their faces were ugly. Soon, they arrived at a place that could be considered a canyon. There were towering mountains on both sides. Chapter 320. The assassin organization appears Qin Feng's heart was trembling. He was afraid to see such a cruel scene. If something happened to his sister, who he had just reunited with, he would really collapse. When he cast his trembling gaze over, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not the scene he had imagined. There were traces of a great battle and many corpses. Some belonged to the Daido army, and some belonged to other people. Who fought with the Daido army? Qin Feng was puzzled. His moving gaze suddenly froze. Then his heart suddenly trembled. There was a person nailed to the ground by a spear. Qin Feng happened to know that person. He was one of the first 2 Tianhui members to follow him. Later, he joined the Shadow Troop and followed Duan Hong to expand his strength outside. He had personally seen the Shadow Troop, so he was very familiar with it. This person was a member of the Shadow Troop. In that case, the people who fought with the Daidu army and the corpses lying on the ground were all two Tianhui's brothers. Qin Feng's heart was bleeding. These were all people who had followed him loyally. After confirming that there was no ambush nearby, Qin Feng hurriedly went down. He sniffed the smell of blood that had not completely dissipated and felt uncomfortable. He swept his gaze over and found that most of the corpses were two Tianhui members. "These are all your brothers?" Tan Xian asked and sighed softly. From Qin Feng's expression, they could roughly guess. "There seems to be a survivor here." Suddenly, Jing Wui spoke. Qin Feng quickly ran over and was immediately shocked. This was also a member of the Shadow Troop, Wu Zhangsheng. Qin Feng called out. Wu Zhangsheng slowly opened his eyes. The moment he saw Qin Feng, his eyes instantly turned red. He whimpered, "Feng Ge, I'm here." Qin Feng's eyes were also red. The Shadow Troop was the first to follow him. They had developed two Tianhui together and fought side by side many times. They had a very good relationship. Now one of them was one less. Qin Feng didn't know how many members of the Shadow Troop were still alive. "Feng Gu still remembers me." Wu Zhangsheng was moved to tears. He coughed up blood and smiled weakly. Wu Zhangsheng can die without regrets now that I can see Feng Gu again in this life." Qin Feng's heart ached. He asked, "Why are you fighting with the people of the imperial capital here?" "To attract the attention of the capital," Wu Zhangsheng replied weakly. These words made Qin Feng unable to hold back his tears anymore. No wonder he felt that the encirclement in the imperial capital was not as fierce as before. It turned out that the two Tianhui members were fighting everywhere, attracting most of their attention. "Feng Gu, you are our pride. To be able to die for you is our honor. The luckiest thing in my life was meeting Feng Gu and joining two Tianhui. I am proud of this." Wu Zhangsheng's voice gradually became softer, and the light in his eyes dimmed. "Have a good rest. I will make them pay for the revenge of our brothers in the future," Qin Feng said softly. Wu Zhangsheng opened his mouth, but no words came out. Finally, with a smile on his face, the flame of life was extinguished. "The brothers of two Tianhui are admirable," Tan Xian sighed. "If they hadn't attracted the people of the imperial capital, they wouldn't have been so relaxed." Qin Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. His state of mind gradually calmed down. So many of two Tianhui's brothers had died, but there were still people fighting to the death for them. He couldn't let down this friendship. The only way he could repay them was to leave alive and avenge them in the future. Suddenly, his body moved to the side. A beam of light came from behind where he was standing before, shattering a huge boulder in front of him. Qin Feng raised his head and found that more than a dozen figures had appeared in front of the canyon. They were all filled with powerful auras. He turned around and saw more than a dozen people coming from behind. There were people in front and behind, blocking the three of them in the middle of the canyon. None of these people were weak. The weakest was at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. "Looks like they caught up to us again." Jing Wui sneered, his eyes flashing with hatred. He could see that most of these people were experts nurtured by the assassin organizations. There are also spirit masters among them. "Be careful, don't fall for their tricks," Qin Feng reminded, then faced a group of people. Nearly 10 figures rushed over, their bodies surging with terrifying auras that caused the air to explode. Qin Feng didn't waste any words. The spirit energy in his body surged and burst out, facing the three people head-on. One of them held a hammer. When he smashed it, the surrounding space was slightly distorted. Another held a long sword and pierced through the void. The third person clenched his fist and punched directly. Facing the attacks of the three experts, Qin Feng acted in a tyrannical manner. With a raise of his hand, the energy exploded. Boom! The four people clashed. The energy exploded, and the air exploded. The three people's bodies trembled, and they retreated. Their faces were slightly pale. When they looked at each other, their eyes were filled with shock. They were all at the peak of the spirit detecting realm, close to the heaven realm. Even if they faced a true heaven realm expert, they could still fight. How could this person, who was slightly weaker than them, have such terrifying combat power? With one attack, he was able to force the three of them back. This person is very terrifying. The news is true. He has the strength to fight against a Heaven Realm expert. Everyone, just as he spoke, his voice suddenly stopped. The other two looked at him in confusion. Suddenly, their eyes widened. They didn't know what happened, but that person's head was thrown high into the air. Blood spurted out from the cut throat, drenching the two of them. The sky was filled with blood, drenching the two of them in a daze. The two of them hurriedly wiped the blood off their faces. Just as they were about to look around, one of them suddenly stiffened. He trembled as he lowered his head, looking at the broken blade protruding from his chest. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How did the other party do it? He would never have the chance to think about it. The person on the side was stunned. However, he was also a powerful expert, and his assassination skills were very strong. Therefore, he quickly recovered and roared as he smashed the hammer forward. Go to hell. His eyes were red as he used all his strength. Hearing the sound of the air exploding, even an early-stage Heaven Realm expert would have to take it seriously. The hammer fell on the figure, but that person didn't have time to be happy. His smile froze. Only a few words appeared in his mind, so fast. Then, a cold light flashed in front of his eyes. He felt as if his body was lifted into the air, and then he fell into darkness. In the blink of an eye, 3 experts were killed. This shocked the remaining people and made them feel fear. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful this person is, he is only at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. As long as we work together, we can definitely kill him, a middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader shouted. Hearing his words, the others calmed down a bit. Yes, no matter how powerful the other party was, he was only at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. Moreover, they were the most elite assassins in the assassin organization. How could they be afraid? When the fear disappeared, killing intent and hatred would often erupt. The few of them shouted as they charged forward. Chapter 321. A deadly ambush in the canyon. Several figures flashed in midair. Every collision caused the air to explode and the space to tremble. Haha, I told you. This person's speed is just a little strange. The news from the Imperial capital might not be true. Brothers, let the Imperial capital see the power of our assassin organization. The middle-aged man laughed and said, Avenge our dead brothers. Kill. Their attacks became even fiercer, and every move was fatal. Go to hell. One of them charged. His fist was like a burning fire, burning the void, and blasted toward Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng spread out his fingers and grabbed the other party's fist. The fire god technique was activated, directly invading the other party's body. Endless fire elements exploded in the other party's body, and flames seeped out from the other party's pores. In an instant, the other party's internal organs were completely burned. Boom! Whoosh! A ray of light shot over, carrying a tyrannical energy wave. Qin Feng raised his hand, and a ray of light shot out. Slash! Behind him, a blade light suddenly appeared and slashed at his back. Qin Feng's body shook, and his wings spread out. A sharp ear-piercing sound was heard, and as the force spread out, that person kept retreating. Poochie! Several spiritual weapons shot out, and in an instant, that person's throat was cut open. After killing 2 more people, Qin Feng seemed to have suffered some attacks, and his body staggered back. Brothers, he's injured. Kill! The middle-aged man shouted, and led the remaining 3 to fight with all his strength. Qin Feng fought with the 4 of them, and from time to time, he would counterattack. However, it seemed that he could not hold on for much longer. Their spirits were lifted, and their attacks became more cunning. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not injure their opponent. Instead, 2 of them were killed. Their opponent looked like he could not hold on any longer, but they could not kill him. A centipede died, but did not fall down. They now deeply understood what the vitality of a cockroach was. This person was too tenacious. He was an arrow at the end of its flight, but he could still fight. I don't believe I can't kill you. The middle-aged man became more and more energetic. Qin Feng, who was constantly attacking, did not have the strength to fight back and kept retreating. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his heart. Looking at the other party's struggling appearance, he shuddered. He felt that something was amiss, so he turned around to take a look. His head buzzed and he was stunned. Then he broke out in cold sweat and his body stiffened. He did not know when, but the people around him had all been beaten up and he was the only one left. You. The middle-aged man pointed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked like he was about to fall. It was as if he could kill Qin Feng if he attacked again, but he didn't dare. This person was too strange. He clearly felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, but he just couldn't kill him. Although on the surface, his strength was far stronger than Qin Feng, but at this moment, his entire body was cold and shivering. This young man was definitely not simple. He was purposely showing signs of defeat in order to kill them one by one. When he looked at the other two battlefields, he almost cried. His elite assassin team was almost wiped out. The 7 or 8 elites who were about to enter the Heaven Realm, like him, were almost all dead. He couldn't understand. With their overall strength and assassination skills, they could deal with 3 or 4 Heaven Realm elites. How could they be defeated so miserably here? You killed so many of my brothers. You deserve to die. Suddenly, he shouted and threw a punch. Then, he turned around and ran. He knew that he was no match for this person. He pushed his speed to the limit. Everywhere he passed, there was a sonic boom. After running for a while, he looked back and saw that the person was not chasing him. He was relieved. However, when he turned around, his soul almost flew out of his body. His scalp was about to explode. The young man suddenly appeared in front of him, only a few meters away. At such a close distance, he couldn't even dodge, let alone fight back. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as his body plunged into his opponent's outstretched blade. Pucci! The entire blade sank into his stomach. You. The middle-aged man's eyes widened as he stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng approached him and said with a smile, "You still have people hiding here, right?" The middle-aged man was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. Seeing the shock in the middle-aged man's eyes, Qin Feng confirmed his guess. "They will only attack when we show that we are exhausted." Qin Feng smiled and said, "Otherwise, do you think you can stop us for so long with just a few of you? This is to give Jing Wui a chance to vent. Otherwise, we wouldn't care about the people hiding in the dark." A stream of mental energy supported the middle-aged man's hand and slammed it into Qin Feng's chest. At the same time, Qin Feng's arm that was holding the blade twisted. On the blade, spiritual energy spread out and directly destroyed the middle-aged man's internal organs, not allowing him to speak. After doing all this, Qin Feng stepped back and coughed up blood. His body swayed, and he slammed his butt on the ground. It took him a while to recover. At the same time, he looked at Jing Wui and Tan Xian. At this time, they also barely finished off their opponents. The gazes of the 3 of them intertwined in midair for a moment before they smiled faintly at the same time. Qin Feng could sense that there were other stronger assassins. How could Tan Xian and Jing Wui, who were proficient in this task, not know? They both used the same method at the same time. Their hearts were linked and they cooperated well. It was more or less about them. Qin Feng patted the dust off his body and took out some pills and stuffed them into his mouth. His pale face improved a lot. He walked toward the corpse. As he approached, the man sat up with a whoosh. His face was pale and his eyes were full of fear. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything you want to know." Qin Feng squatted down and looked at the fear on the man's face. He smiled and said, "Well, I want to know, how much can a small character like you know? The person I'm waiting for is not you." After that, he slowly stood up and said loudly, "Tell me, who sent you?" The man was stunned for a moment. At this moment, a subtle sound of something breaking through the air came from the void. A cold light slashed towards Qin Feng's throat. The ground moved imperceptibly and quickly attacked Qin Feng's feet. The cold light flickered in the void and then appeared at Qin Feng's throat, tearing it apart. On the ground, less than 3 meters away, 2 black lights suddenly drilled out of the soil and shot towards his knees. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng had just stood up and didn't even have time to stabilize his body. The terrifying attack suddenly came from above and below. In this situation, not to mention the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm, even a middle stage or late stage small heaven realm expert would die if they were careless. Such an attack was formless and formless. It was very hard to sense. Even when the attack appeared, there wasn't even a shadow around Qin Feng. Chapter 3:22. To be surrounded Shua. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the void, holding a dagger and slashing toward Qin Feng's head. Chi! Mud splashed everywhere as a man rushed out from the ground. He held a long black saber in his hand and slashed towards Qin Feng's throat. Clearly, they were going to make up for their previous success and completely cut off the other party's life. Their second attack did indeed succeed, but their expressions changed at the same time because the decapitation didn't happen and there was no blood. Moreover, the figure was gradually fading away. Not good. Their expressions changed at the same time, sensing that something was wrong. From the first attack to the second attack, it seemed like a long time, but it actually happened in an instant. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, 2 assassinations were launched. From this, one could see how terrifying the assassins' assassination methods were. But it was also because of this that they didn't have time to check the results of the first attack. If they had been slightly slower in the second attack, they would have noticed that something was wrong in advance. However, they were top-notch assassins. Accuracy, speed, and lethality were their strengths. Every time they made a move, they would definitely kill the enemy and not give the enemy a chance to escape. At the same time, they would also cut off their own escape route. From their point of view, with the enemy dead, there was no need for them to retreat. This was a rule that they would remember for the rest of their lives when they joined this industry. However, there were times when a person's outstanding strength was praised, but at other times, this kind of strength could become a fatal weakness. Their current situation was the best proof. The two of them wanted to retreat, but it was too late. They suddenly realized that their bodies had become extremely heavy, and it was difficult for them to move. He didn't know when, but his entire body was covered in water. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp. A strong gust of wind blew, and the person holding the black blade paused for a moment before flying away. He decisively exploded his left arm on the spot. The powerful shockwave from the explosion spread out violently. He was the first to bear the brunt of it, and his body was once again sent flying. At the same time, he also forced back Qin Feng's killing blow. It was also at this moment that his body suddenly entered the void and disappeared. Only when the shock wave spread out, there was a trace of a slight spatial fluctuation. Then, the fluctuation disappeared underground. Qin Feng did not expect the other party to be so decisive. He shook his head and smiled. "Since you're here, then stay." As soon as his voice fell, the earth trembled violently. Tan Xian's long spear shot out explosively, piercing deep into the earth, causing a long-distance explosion. Earth and rocks were sent flying, and smoke and dust rose into the air. Pucci, a figure crawled out in a sorry state, spitting out blood. He stared at Qin Feng and Tan Xian in horror. As for the man with the dagger, Jing Wui rushed into Qin Feng's sky water domain and hit him until he was dizzy. There were many knife wounds on his body, and blood was gushing out. Qin Feng slowly walked over to the assassin who was lying in the mess. Whoosh! As he neared, the man suddenly jumped up, and his long saber slashed towards Qin Feng's head at an extremely tricky angle. "It's already like this, and you still don't give up. I can't help but admire your professionalism." Qin Feng chuckled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a silver light appeared, and his mind power burst out. A bloody light bloomed, and the man's entire small arm flew out. He was quite stubborn and did not make a sound. Bang! The sky-water domain exploded, and blood splattered. A figure flew out in an extremely sorry state. He was covered in knife wounds, and his aura was extremely weak. Jing Wui walked out with a gloomy face and deep pain in his eyes. Hey Qi, Li Jiushan, you've really become the dogs of the royal family. Jing Wui looked at the two, and his tone was cold. Hey Qi and Li Jiushan laughed softly. Everyone has their own choice, but we didn't. When the assassin organization changed, we lost the opportunity to choose. Jing Wui, we've fallen today, and we have no regrets dying in your hands. Jing Wui closed his eyes, and his heart throbbed with pain. They were one of the few people in the assassin organization he could speak the truth to, but now they were facing death. He would never have thought that these two would be the ones who ambushed them in the dark. Why must we choose to submit? Jing Wui said angrily. If the royal family didn't kill your master, if they didn't kill your sister, but used her to threaten you, what would you choose? Li Jiushan laughed self-deprecatingly. You have nowhere to go, and all your family members have been killed, but we're different. Jing Wui was silent. After a long time, he whispered, the assassin organization is no longer the original assassin organization, and we're no longer brothers who can drink and talk merrily. Don't blame me. Haha, the assassination failed, and you can't escape death. He Qi smiled helplessly, and then his body shook. The spiritual power in his body suddenly went berserk, shattering his internal organs and other organs. He died on the spot. I'll give you a piece of advice. Hurry up and leave, or it'll be too late. After Li Jiushan finished speaking, he also exploded his spiritual power. Qin Feng and Tan Xian looked at each other and sighed. Although these two people opposed them, they were also staunch people. They would rather die than submit, and they were worthy of respect. Jing Wui's expression gradually calmed down. He looked at the two dead people and sighed heavily. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression abruptly changed as he turned around and saw a few small groups of people swiftly dashing over from not far away. It was a small team of 5, and there was only one small Heaven Realm elite. They should be a search team. Qin Feng and the other two quickly rushed over and exploded with powerful spiritual power, wanting to finish them off in the shortest time possible. However, at this moment, a spiritual hand that was suffused with crimson light suddenly grabbed down and crushed the 3 people's attacks. Qin Feng's pupil shrank. This was an upper Earth Realm Spirit Master, which was comparable to a small Heaven Realm elite. Earth Realm Spirit Masters included the Spirit Detecting Realm and Small Heaven Realm. Those who reached the Upper Earth Realm had spiritual power cultivation that was not weaker than a Small Heaven Realm elite. This was the most powerful spirit Master Qin Feng had encountered so far. How can I let you escape from the alliance of a spirit organization and an assassin organization so easily? A middle-aged man in a white robe slowly landed in front of the 3 with a mocking smile on his face. Boom! The spirit power in the crystal spirit outer coffin swept out, forming an yin-yang integration formation. Monstrous energy swept out. The middle-aged man sneered, and the spirit power in the spirit outer coffin also surged out. It was slightly red and turned into a giant python that bit toward the yin-yang integration formation. The 2 spirit formations trembled violently in the air. Because they were both using the spirit power in the spirit outer coffin without reservation, they both had the attributes of the outer coffin and showed their own colors. Everyone could only see that between Qin Feng and the middle-aged man, the faintly flickering crystal and red colors were crazily biting and devouring each other. The space was quietly twisting. Sand and stones were flying around, and the wind was howling. Muffled, thunderous sounds constantly spread out from the 2 spirit power confrontation. The last 2 powers disappeared at the same time. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Feng in shock and said, "Crystal color. What kind of spirit outer coffin is this? Or is it a special attribute of a certain level of spirit outer coffin? What can actually fight against me? It's enough to show that your spirit outer coffin's level is not low." Chapter 323. Heavily injured in the canyon, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard constantly. Figures flashed in the air, as experts appeared one after another. The sky above the canyon was sealed off. Just by a rough estimation, there were no less than 100 people. Among them, there were 20 to 30 minor heavenly realm experts. Moreover, this was only the ones in the sky. There were even more on the ground. Both the front and back were densely packed with cavalry. There was a wolf rider, a tiger rider, and even the imperial palace guards in golden armor. Qin Feng, Tan Xian, and Jing Wui's hearts sank. Since when did the imperial capital's forces arrive so quickly without them noticing? Do you think those two people sacrificed themselves for nothing? The Earth-rank upper spiritual master sneered at Jing Wui. You guys deliberately used them to delay us? Jing Wui said with incomparable resentment. Until now, how could he not understand that the imperial capital had already found out his identity and deliberately used his old acquaintances to delay him? If not for this, the three of them would have fled at the first moment. Jing Wui's face immediately paled. He sighed bitterly. This time it's my fault. Don't say such meaningless words. We should think of a way to break out of this encirclement. Tan Xian gripped his long spear. For the first time, he felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Facing so many people, even the three of them felt a little hopeless. This did not include the imperial capital's forces that were constantly rushing over. Let's fight. At this point, it was useless to say anything. The only way was to fight. If they fought with everything they had, they might still have a chance of survival. The three of them exploded with a strong fighting spirit at the same time and attacked the weakest part of the encirclement. Divine Dragon Sky, shattering roar. Just as they were about to make contact, Qin Feng suddenly used the Divine Dragon Sky, shattering roar. A terrifying sound wave spread out from his mouth, forming ripples that constantly spread. Everywhere it passed, even the small stones on the ground could not withstand the penetrative force and shattered. Before they even came into contact, dozens of people from the imperial capital had already fallen, injured by the penetrative power of the sound waves. Qin Feng and the other two quickly rushed in. Suddenly, a bloody light burst out, and spiritual energy raged. The people in the imperial capital were sent flying one by one. Almost no one survived after being hit by the three of them. In just a few minutes, nearly 100 people had died at their hands, and the number of injured was uncountable. However, there were too many people rushing up from the front. Whenever one fell, two more would immediately rush up. There was no end to the killing. Qin Feng and the other two were caught in a bitter battle. There were enemies all around them, waving their sharp weapons and throwing them at them. At the end of the battle, their bodies were covered in blood. Even their eyes were completely red, surging with heart-palpitating, killing intent. They had killed until they were numb. Who knew how many people had fallen at their feet? In the canyon, blood quickly dyed the ground red. Corpses were strewn across the city, and blood had gathered around them, emitting a thick and nauseating smell of blood. Boom! A large hand slammed down, and an even stronger expert made a move. Qin Feng quickly dodged, and the large hand fell, and a dozen people on the ground were smashed into meat paste. He changed his direction and continued to rush forward, sticking close to the ground. Several large hands slammed down from the front and back, blocking his path. Although those large hands deliberately restrained themselves, the terrifying wind still carved out shocking gullies on the ground, and many people lost their lives. In front, an old man blocked Qin Feng's path. His eyes were like lightning, and he glared at Qin Feng angrily. "Brat, you're so ruthless." He only wanted to capture Qin Feng alive, but the other party always hid in places with more people when he was about to be caught, so he couldn't restrain his power for a while. With a raise of his hand, a beam of light pierced through the void and shot toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng changed his direction and avoided the attack. He coldly replied, "In order to capture me, you can even disregard the lives of your own people. Who's more ruthless?" A sharp tongue can't change the final outcome. In the distance, another figure appeared, and his aura was terrifyingly powerful. Two super experts appeared, and both of them had reached the late stage of the small heaven realm. They locked onto Qin Feng from the front and back. "Capture him alive." We must use his blood as a sacrifice to the princes and the many heroic spirits that sacrificed in this battle. The two super experts attacked one after another, and terrifying attacks were launched one after another. Qin Feng pushed his speed to the extreme, and he dodged whatever he could. If he couldn't, he would face them head-on and bear the full force of the attacks. After a few collisions, he was almost covered in blood, and he was in a sorry state, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. On the other side, Tan Xian and Jing Wui were also surrounded by the enemy experts, and the situation was very dangerous. Roar! Qin Feng roared and used the divine dragon technique to the extreme. In an instant, he used all 5 dragon techniques, and his roar shook the heaven and earth. Vaguely, there seemed to be a substantial divine dragon breaking free and soaring into heaven and earth, bringing with it an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. This is a real dragon? The two experts were shocked. What kind of battle technique was this? It was actually about to transform into a substantial divine dragon. This was Qin Feng using the divine dragon technique to the extreme and adding in the 10,000 bee summoning technique to summon a divine dragon. The divine dragon roared and swung its huge tail. Wherever it passed, the air exploded and the earth collapsed, causing great damage. The divine dragon rushed over and swung its huge tail, wanting to crush the remaining people on the ground. Bang! One of the two experts blocked the divine dragon, and his palm lightly patted on the huge tail. Although his body was disproportionate, he released the same terrifying force. Every time the huge tail and the palm collided, the space would explode and the rumbling sound would be heard. It's not a real dragon, but it's almost materialized. You do have some skills. The man's face was calm, but his eyes were cold. His body swayed, and he directly appeared on the dragon's body. If we really let you grow, we won't be able to do anything to you in a few years. But you won't have a future after all. He sneered, and the sole of his foot stomped heavily. In an instant, an extremely fierce and terrifying force poured down. The divine dragon roared and shook its body wildly, but was fixed in place by the expert and could not escape. Bang! The man took another step, and the divine dragon's huge body paused. Then, cracks appeared. Bang! The third step landed, and the divine dragon suddenly exploded. Puffed! At the same time, Qin Feng's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The divine dragon technique and the 10,000 bee summoning technique were forcibly broken at the same time, causing him to suffer a considerable backlash. Boom! A beam of light blasted over. Qin Feng twisted his body and used his back to take the blow. As if he had suffered a heavy blow, he flew backward and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His back was a mess of flesh and blood. Boom! A ray of blood burst out and pierced through the shoulder of an expert. Before Jing Wui could react, he was hit by a palm and fell from the sky. Turning heaven's thorn, Tan Xian shouted. On the tip of the spear, a white light bloomed, and an extremely terrifying fluctuation of spiritual power rippled. With a whoosh, the white light burst out like a mini spear and directly pierced through the chest of an expert. After killing one of them, he could not hold on and was sent flying. Both of them were seriously injured. Chapter 324. Chapter 324-9 Levels of Heaven, Desolate Battle Body. Qin Feng roared, and the chaotic light around him shone brightly. The divine dragon in his left hand roared, and the ferocious tiger in his right hand roared. The yin-yang fusion formation was activated. Qin Feng rushed forward and slapped out with both his hands. Dragons and tigers surged out, and the wind and clouds trembled, forcing that expert to retreat. At the same time, he controlled the power of yin and yang, gathering all of its power and smashing it at the other person. He rushed over and used his primitive battle body to fight against that person. Boom! That person was forced back by the yin-yang fusion array. When he saw Qin Feng rushing over, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He quickly gathered spirit force in his palm and grabbed at Qin Feng's fist. However, the moment they made contact, he could feel the frightening force being emitted from the fist that was filled with primal chaos light. His body trembled, and he was sent flying in front of many stunned gazes. That person's expression was gloomy. His hands and sleeves were trembling nonstop. Only then was he able to slowly dissipate the impact. Good boy, but no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to change your fate. He grinned, and his spiritual energy surged out. Qin Feng's face was gloomy. Late-stage minor Heaven Realm experts were too strong, and he couldn't fight against two of them at the same time. What other tricks do you have? Use them all at once. The two of them came together, their expressions filled with contempt and mockery. Qin Feng glanced at Tan Xian and Jing Wui, who were still fighting hard. He then looked at the many experts in the distance. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. How could they break out of the encirclement under such circumstances? How could they be willing to be buried here, just like that? They were so close to the Nine Spirits mountain range. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, suppressing his emotions. Whether or not he could leave this place alive, he had to do his best. Even if he died here, he would have no regrets. Qin Feng's spiritual power and spiritual force slowly converged into his body. His heart calmed down, and the yang and yin qi in his qi si were slowly mobilized. Then he pushed out his palms, and black and white spiritual energy burst out. They turned into two beams of light and rushed toward one of them. That person sneered and raised a hand. Powerful spirit energy filled the air as he grabbed at the black and white spirit energy. However, as soon as they made contact, a sizzling sound was heard as a large amount of water vapor rose from the man's palm. Then, his body trembled and flew backward. His entire arm was shriveling and emitting blood as if it had been corroded by sulfuric acid. Ah! The man cried out in pain. He looked at his arm that was almost corroded to the point where only skin and bones were left. Then, he shot a venomous gaze at Qin Feng. At the same time, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Seeing this, Qin Feng was also stunned. This person was extremely strong. He couldn't do anything to him, even when he used the great desolate battle body. How could he be injured so easily? After thinking about it, Qin Feng was overjoyed. This was the power of the yin-yang technique. As the yang qi and yin qi entered the perfect state, the cultivation of the yin-yang technique also progressed steadily. Although the yin hand and the yang hand did not directly improve. However, the combination of the extreme yang energy in the hand of yang and the extremely cold yin energy in the yin hand of yin produced a great effect. One fire and one ice, one yang and one yin. The two harmonized and blended together. This was the power of yin and yang. In an instant, Qin Feng had an epiphany. He finally understood what the yin-yang technique was. This was a wonderful feeling that could not be described with words. He could not really achieve the yin-yang technique and manifest the power of yin and yang, but he had already touched the threshold. Even so, it had a terrifying lethality. The yang hand and the yin hand were used at the same time in the battle. When they came into contact with each other, they had a corrosive power. Moreover, he could see that this corrosive power was extremely terrifying. It could even corrode spiritual energy. At this time, Qin Feng chuckled bitterly. There was no doubt that if he continued to cultivate the yin-yang technique, its power would be immeasurable. However, he might not have that much time left. Trapped in such a desperate situation, even he felt that there was little hope. Even if I die, I will fight vigorously. Thinking of this, Qin Feng laughed heroically and rushed toward Tan Xian and Jing Wui. Black and white spiritual energy burst out and directly blasted toward the many masters who were besieging the two. Suddenly, sizzling sounds could be heard, water vapor rose, and many people screamed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, between heaven and earth, endless power of water and fire seeped in. The fire burned the sky, and the water surged. Qin Feng controlled the water and fire and injected the black and white spiritual energy into them. He said to the two of them, "This is our last chance to break out. As he spoke, he suddenly shot the water and fire into the air to confuse the vision of those people. Then he took out some water and fire that contained black and white spiritual energy and turned them into a water python and a fire python. They roared forward. The water python and the fire python both contained black and white spiritual energy, so naturally, they also carried the power of corrosion. Wherever they passed, there were endless screams. He actually tore a hole in the ground. "Let's go." The three of them looked at each other and pushed their speed to the limit. Like 3 rays of light, they rushed out of the encirclement. Buzz! However, before they could rejoice, a big hand reached down from the sky, and a terrifying wind attacked. The three of them changed their expressions and tried their best to resist. With a loud explosion, Qin Feng and the other 2 flew backward, leaving long drag marks on ground. This was the joint attack of 7 or 8 small Heaven Realm Masters, which stopped Qin Feng and the other 2. Damn it, Tan Xian cursed. He did not expect there to be so many masters outside. If they were trapped, the opportunity they had just created would disappear. Fight! They looked at each other and burst out with powerful spiritual energy. They were going to fight with their lives on the line. They crazily attacked the defenses of the small Heaven Realm Masters. In a situation where they did not care about the consequences, the Masters kept retreating. However, at this moment, those people suddenly trembled and staggered forward. Qin Feng and the other 2 were stunned. Who was helping them? When Qin Feng saw the white light, his eyes twitched fiercely and he roared, "Sister, what are you doing here? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and follow me," Qin Yao said. She drew a few sword flowers with her long sword and shot at the masters who rushed by, forcing them to retreat. Kill! At the same time, from all directions, a sea of people rushed down from the mountains on both sides of the canyon. They waved all kinds of weapons in their hands and rushed into the imperial capital's troops. "Feng Ge run!" someone shouted. The members of the 2 Tian Wei also appeared. Qin Feng's eyes reddened. He did not care about anything else, and quickly rushed out to meet up with Qin Feng and the others. Then, they rushed into the dense forest in the distance. Boom! However, at this moment, their bodies stiffened at the same time. Even the circulation of spiritual energy in their bodies became sluggish. An extremely powerful aura slowly descended, suppressing them to the point that they could not resist at all. This is the 9th Heaven Realm. Qin Feng's pupils shrank fiercely. Just the aura alone was enough to suppress them and make them unable to move. Only the true supermasters of the 9th Heaven Realm could do this. They had finally lowered their status and were about to attack Qin Feng and the others. A figure landed in front of them. He was dressed in a white robe and had snow-white hair. However, his face was as delicate as a baby's, fair and clean. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being. However, the pressure that faintly leaked out made their skin tense and caused a huge tingling sensation. Chapter 325. Entering evil Qin Feng and the others felt their hearts throbbing. For them, this level of expert was a supreme existence that they had to look up to. There was no way they could fight back. Once they entered the 9th layer Heaven Realm, they would surpass the ordinary experts and become a terrifying expert that could control the power of heaven and earth. There was a huge difference between them, and it was impossible to make up for it. Everyone felt bitter in their hearts. With such a level of expert in front of them, how could they break through? It was simply a dead end. Do you think that you can break through the blockade with just a few of you? Situ Ao looked at Qin Feng and the others and said calmly, "If it wasn't to catch you all in one fell swoop, not to mention breaking through the blockade, it would be a problem for you to even reach here." Qin Feng felt a chill in his heart. Only now did he understand why they could break through the blockade so easily. At that time, he didn't understand and didn't have time to think about it. But now that he thought about it, it was too easy for them to break through. Could it be that those minor Heaven Realm experts didn't react in time? Obviously not. They were waiting for Qin Yao and the others, as well as 2 Tianhui's members, to appear. Because at the crucial moment of breaking through, If these people were to appear, they would definitely make a move, and they would be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. Hearing the battle cries from behind, Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly. Without a doubt, this group of 2 Tianhui's members were all finished. Damn it, let's fight it out with them. Jing Wui's eyes were red as he roared and rushed towards Situ Ao. You are brave. Situ Ao nodded slightly and reached out his hand, slowly clenching it towards Jing Wui. In an instant, the air seemed to have wrinkled, tightly wrapping around Jing Wui. Whoosh! Spear light flashed as Tan Xian appeared beside Jing Wui, thrusting out the long spear in his hand. Following a muffled sound, the air rippled violently as Jing Wui appeared. The 2 of them flew towards Situ Ao. Overlord Spear, Death God Slash. The resplendent spear light and the blood-colored waterfall tore through the air and shot towards Situ Ao. The latter shook his head. His bent palm suddenly straightened, and an invisible force spread out. Jing Wui and Tan Xian's bodies trembled, and their chests exploded. Blood gushed out, and the 2 of them were sent flying. They fell heavily on the ground, and their auras withered. Undying Light. Situ Ao was slightly taken aback as he looked at Eat Light that was shooting towards him from the right. Shortly after, there was some astonishment in his eyes. However, that was all. He extended his hand and grabbed the scarlet light before crushing it. Qin Feng's body shook, and he staggered back. Xiao Feng, we can't possibly be his match. Qin Yao supported Qin Feng, her face flickering with struggle. Qin Feng's attention was all on Situ Ao, so he did not see Qin Yao's expression. He said, even if we can't win, we still have to fight. We can't just give up without putting up a fight. Uncle, let me go, Big Flower Explosion said, clenching her little tiger fist. Qin Feng patted her head, and then looked at Gong Xiaoxi, Tan Xian, and Jing Wui. He laughed bitterly in his heart. This battle, it seemed that none of them would be able to survive. Even if we die, we have to make them pay the price. Looking at Qin Feng's face that was gradually filled with madness and hostility, Qin Yao hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, she said in a low voice, Xiao Feng, I have a way to get us out of here. Qin Feng was shocked. He looked at Qin Yao in astonishment. Knowing what Qin Feng was thinking, Qin Yao said in a low voice, I will explain it to you in the future. Right now, I need a drop of your blood essence and a trace of your life source. Seeing Qin Yao's serious face, Qin Feng didn't think much of it. He forced out a drop of blood essence and extracted a trace of his life source from his mind and gave it to Qin Yao. The latter took it and injected the essence blood into the jade pendant on Qin Feng's chest. Then he said solemnly, Xiao Feng, this is the method left behind by Antlon. It can allow you to travel through space, but there will be a certain degree of danger. Because traveling through space will cause great harm to your body, you must have an indestructible body. Moreover, with my strength, I can't determine the specific coordinates. I don't know where you can cross to, so you must be careful. After saying that, Qin Yao quickly formed a seal with her hands. A light merged with Qin Feng's life source and flashed into Qin Feng's jade pendant. Then a strong blue light bloomed. The space distorted violently, and Qin Feng's figure became more and more blurred. Looking at Qin Yao's parting smile, Qin Feng was shocked. Sister, what are you doing? Qin Feng's voice trembled. Qin Yao covered her mouth and laughed, but her tears were like a kite with a broken string. She cried and laughed at the same time. Xiao Feng, I'm sorry. I lied to you. This kind of crossing space can only accommodate one person. I can't save the others, so I can only selfishly let you leave alone. Forgive me for my selfishness. I can't watch you die. Qin Yao was sobbing in the end. Qin Feng's eyes instantly turned red. He shouted, Sister, stop it. He desperately hammered the blue light screen, but with his strength, he couldn't shake it at all. In the distance, Situ Ao also noticed the abnormality. He suddenly pointed his finger, and a sharp light beam with a terrifying power that could destroy everything bombarded the light screen. However, the blue light screen rippled a few times and then stabilized. Seeing this, Situ Ao's face changed. His big hand suddenly pressed forward and hit the blue light screen. The light screen shook violently, but it wasn't broken. Qin Fenggo, Gong Xiaoxi said calmly. Boom! Tan Xian and Jing Wui exploded at the same time. Although they didn't say anything, they attacked Situ Ao with all their might. Their intention was obvious. They wanted to buy time for Qin Feng to cross space. Uncle, I'm going too. Big flower explosion bumped Little Tiger Fist. Suddenly, a green light appeared in her eyes. She shook her small body and rushed towards Situ Ao. She clenched her fists and then fiercely smashed them. One could see with the naked eye that the void was violently twisting under her fists. Situ Ao casually waved his hand and sent Tan Xian and Jing Wui flying. He looked at Big Flower Explosion, who was rushing toward him, and gently stretched his hand forward. Rumble. Just when his hand and Big Flower Explosion's fists came in contact, the earth shook violently. A wave of extremely terrifying energy spread out. Situ Ao's body shook and dispersed this wave of energy. His eyes were filled with surprise. Then his arm shook and Big Flower Explosion was instantly sent flying. Interesting. I'll check on you later. I can't let this person leave. Situ Ao slowly walked toward Qin Feng. Roar! Suddenly, Big Flower Explosion's body emitted a bright light. In the light, a huge sharp claw was aimed at him. Is your original body some kind of spirit beast? Situ Ao paused and then waved his hand, sending Big Flower Explosion flying again. Looking at Big Flower Explosion, who was constantly entangled with Situ Ao, Qin Feng gradually calmed down. He turned his head to look at Qin Yao and said softly, Using all of your deaths in exchange for my life. Sister, is this your method? Qin Yao had a gentle smile on her face. In front of Qin Feng's gradually reddened eyes, she flew horizontally. She was like a withered leaf that was swept up by the wind and swept across the sky. A smear of scarlet color spread out from the depths of Qin Feng's eyes. Jing Wui and Tan Xian were lying on the ground. Blood was constantly spurting out from their mouths. Even if they were about to be beaten to death, they still desperately tried to stop it. Qin Yao was lying in the distance. Dazzling blood seeped out from her body and dyed the ground red. Qin Feng looked at this scene and slowly closed his eyes. Inside his body, the black crystal slowly rotated. An extremely evil laughter rang out in his heart. Enter the evil path. You will obtain great power and they will be able to live. Enter the evil path. Enter the evil path. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth slowly raised into a cruel arc. I will enter the evil path. Chapter 326. Indescribable demonic appearance. Situ Ao casually waved his sleeves and sent Qin Yao flying. Then he sent out a palm strike and sent the Big Flower Explosion flying as well. His steps seemed to be slow, but every step he took seemed to have the ability to shrink the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the blue light screen. Stay here. Situ Ao smiled lightly and sent out a palm strike. Visible to the naked eye, the space in the center of his palm was distorted and a terrifying power was rippling out. His palm gently patted the blue light screen with a calm smile on his face. Although this light screen was a little strange, he was confident that he could break it easily. Roar! Suddenly, the Big Flower Explosion let out a roar. Its entire body emitted an intense, dark green light, and there seemed to be a sharp sound coming out from it. A huge claw with dark green scales viciously clawed at Situ Ao's head. Whoosh! At the same time, Tan Xian leaped up and pushed his power to the extreme. His long spear shook violently, and a white aura surged out. His body could not help but tremble, and it was almost impossible for him to control the long spear. With a swoosh, his body shook. At the tip of the spear, the light was extremely bright. After a short moment of silence, it suddenly burst out, and a spear light burst out. Go to hell! Jing Wui roared. blood-colored spiritual energy surged out from his body. He held the deicide in his hand and raised it up high. Suddenly, the blood-colored energy in the sky gathered on the blade. Then he aimed at Situ Ao and fiercely slashed down. An extremely dense red waterfall suddenly appeared and wreaked havoc towards Situ Ao. Facing 3 powerful attacks, Situ Ao's face did not change. The corner of his mouth was filled with disdain. He stretched out his other hand and quickly gathered spiritual energy in his palm. Suddenly, his mind moved, and he felt a little shocked. He turned around and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even a bone-strengthening realm dares to make a move on me. You are the granddaughter of Ing Yuan, right? It has been many years since I last sparred with him. Situ Ao shook his head. His eyes, slightly focused, and spiritual energy suddenly gushed out from his palm, forming a spiritual energy light screen. At the same time, the attacks that were filled with tyrannical fluctuations also surged over and bombarded the spiritual energy light barrier. However, the light barrier didn't budge at all. Only a few ripples spread out. You overestimate yourself. Situ Ao snorted coldly. His arm shook slightly, and the light barrier rose. A ring of light spread out at lightning speed. Puqi, Tan Xian, Jing Wui, and Gong Xiaoxi were immediately sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. They had suffered heavy injuries, especially Gong Xiaoxi, whose spiritual power was almost exhausted. Situ Ao was a powerhouse in the 9th stage heaven realm. Even a casual strike from him was not something they could contend with in their current realm. Is there really no other way? Tan Xian's eyes were obscure as he clenched his trembling fists. He couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in his heart. A 9th stage heaven realm master was simply too terrifying. Even if they went all out, it would be difficult for them to shake the other party. This was a qualitative gap that could not be made up for no matter what method they used. This was Situ Ao's intention. Because he wanted to capture them alive, he didn't kill them at all. Otherwise, they would have already lost their lives. After thoroughly beating up these people, Situ Ao turned his gaze and stared at the blue light barrier. His spirit chi quickly gathered as he wanted to break the light barrier in one fell swoop and capture Qinfeng alive. Follow me back to the imperial capital to receive your punishment. He chuckled, his attitude very calm, as if he could already see Qinfeng falling into his hands. However, at this moment, the smile on his face suddenly froze. In the blink of an eye, his expression changed greatly. Kong Long. A huge black arm suddenly stretched out from the blue light barrier. This arm was quite thick, more than 10 times the size of an adult's arm. It was pitch black and covered in thick black hair. On this black arm, there were also red lines appearing, making it look very strange. What caused Situ Ao's expression to change was not this black arm covered in red lines, but the terrifying power contained within it. At first contact, he actually felt his arm go numb, which then invaded his entire body, causing him to tremble as if he had been hit by a peerless dragon. As a result, everyone was shocked to see Situ Ao, a 9th stage heavenly realm powerhouse, being sent flying by a large black hand just as he was about to grab Qinfeng. His body flipped in the air, and with a light shout, his spirit chi vibrated. Situ Ao stabilized his body and stood in the air, staring at the black arm that stretched out from the blue light barrier with shock. This power was too terrifying, and even his arm was numb from the shock. Although he was prepared, his strength was still there, and it wasn't something an ordinary person could shake. Moreover, in the 9th stage heavenly realm, it was impossible for someone below the 9th stage to go against him. To be able to injure him, the other party's strength must have reached this realm. Situ Ao's face slowly sank, and his eyes flashed. Not far away, the experts from the imperial capital who had dealt with the 2 Tianhui members were all shocked. Situ Ao was actually beaten back by him. This was too inconceivable. Everyone suddenly looked at the blue light barrier, and their eyes flashed with a deep sense of dread. The blue light barrier that had gathered everyone's attention was slowly dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Following that, the scene inside was slowly exposed to everyone's eyes. Then, everyone's pupils shrank fiercely, and their faces were filled with disbelief. This is Qin Feng. Someone swallowed his saliva in fear. Tan Xian, Jing Wui, Qin Yao, and the others also looked at Qin Feng in a daze. Even they felt a chill run down their backs. How could Qin Feng become like this? Under everyone's shocked gazes, Qin Feng slowly walked out of the dissipating blue light barrier. The distorted space had no effect on him. Traversing space was effective on him. Little Feng. Qin Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face was filled with disbelief. Sister, using your death to exchange for my life, I can't accept it. Qin Feng said hoarsely. His voice was strange and unpleasant to the ears, and it made people feel uncomfortable. At this moment, the left side of his body had swelled up. His left arm was 10 feet long, and it was as thick as a water bucket. It was covered with thick and shiny black hair, and red lines were flashing. His left leg had also turned into a huge black beast foot with black hair. The sole of his left foot was as big as a palm leaf fan, and there were 3 sharp snow-white claws that were almost 1 foot long. The left side of his face seemed to be stretched open. His mouth, nose, and eyes had all shifted. Facing the left side, it was pitch black. One could see that on the black face, there was half a mouth, revealing sharp teeth. There was an eye above, and the pupil was scarlet red, flashing with a demonic light. After staring at it for a long time, it actually made people feel absent-minded. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in a daze, and they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their backs. Chapter 3:27. Terrifying demonic energy. The heavens and earth were silent as everyone stared at Qin Feng, who had turned into a monster. Their hearts turned cold. Even if he wasn't looking at them, they could still feel a chill rushing up to their heads. Little Feng, what happened to you? Qin Yao's face was pale as she worriedly looked at Qin Feng. She didn't know why Qin Feng would suddenly turn into such a state. However, she knew that Qin Feng's current state wasn't good. From his eyes, she could feel that Qin Feng's consciousness was getting weaker and weaker. Little Feng, don't. Qin Yao panicked as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Feng looked at Qin Yao with a pained expression in his eyes. He didn't want to use the energy within the black crystal, nor did he want to turn evil. However, they were already forced into a corner. He had no other choice. Big sister, all of you have to live well. Suddenly, Qin Feng raised his head and roared. His voice was extremely sharp, as if there was something roaring and letting out a sharp cry. In that instant, everyone in the heavens and on the ground lost their hearing and sight. Whoosh! Qin Feng bent both of his legs and abruptly soared into the sky. The ground beneath his feet was directly shaken to the point that it caved in, and he used the reaction force to explosively soar into the sky. One could see that wherever he passed, a sharp sonic boom would constantly resound. The air exploded along the way, connecting the ground to where Situ Ao was. It was as if a tunnel had been plowed through the void. Situ Ao's face changed as his vigorous spiritual energy whizzed out and slapped towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng attacked from below as his black arm with sharp claws fiercely clawed at Situ Ao's chest. Then, it heavily collided with his spiritual energy. Only a muffled, thunderous explosion could be heard. Qin Feng stood where Situ Ao was standing and did not move at all. As for the latter, he shot out like a cannonball. His speed was so fast that even the air behind him was continuously escaping. Whoosh! Qin Feng chased after him. His speed had reached an unimaginable level. His afterimages were everywhere, and it was almost impossible to see him with the naked eye. One could only roughly determine his position by the sharp sonic boom that constantly resounded in the air. Situ Ao had just stabilized his body when Qin Feng attacked once again. His black claw struck towards him. In the air, Situ Ao continuously retreated. Every time they collided, there would be a huge energy explosion. Under Qin Feng's ferocious attacks, he was no match for him. The spiritual energy around him was constantly being destroyed. How could this be? Countless powerhouses in the imperial capital were shocked. Senior Situ Ao was a super powerhouse in the ninth layer heaven realm. Now, he actually showed signs of being defeated. It was simply unbelievable. The air exploded. Situ Ao's body explosively shot downwards, directly entering the dense forest below. Qin Feng continued his pursuit. Just as he landed, Situ Ao didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief before he saw Qin Feng swooping down. This time, he didn't dare to resist and chose to dodge. His body was like a fish as he slid along the ground. Following a loud explosion, the ground trembled violently. Dust rose into the air as dense cracks spread out. Situ Ao gasped for breath. His face was gloomy. Qin Feng's strength at this moment shocked him. There were no spiritual energy fluctuations. It was completely the strength contained in his body. He was shocked that he couldn't block it at all. Moreover, Qin Feng's attacks were too fast, wave after wave. He didn't have time to circulate more spiritual energy to defend himself. How could this guy have such powerful strength? His chest heaved violently. Taking advantage of this gap, he quickly circulated the spiritual energy in his body to remove the energy that had invaded his body. A figure suddenly rushed out from the dust. The ground was shattered by his footprints. Qin Feng rushed along the ground towards Situ Ao. Wherever he passed, the ground would collapse and rocks would fly. After suffering a series of setbacks, Situ Ao was also angered. The spiritual energy in his body quickly circulated. His arms flickered and spiritual energy surged violently. Divine Light Spirit Fist. A huge spiritual energy fist condensed in front of Situ Ao and blasted towards Qin Feng's head. Roar! Qin Feng roared and didn't dodge at all. His huge black arm fiercely swung over. Coupled with the impact of his speed, it fiercely smashed into the spiritual energy fist. Rumble! A loud explosion rang out as an extremely ferocious wave of air surged out from between the two of them. Everywhere it passed, everything in its path would be completely pulverized. Wherever the two were, the ground collapsed. Layer after layer of soil was lifted up. Within a 100-meter radius of the two, all the giant trees were cut down by the shockwave. In the blink of an eye, they opened up an open space in the forest. Humph! A muffled groan came from Situ Ao's throat. After a slight stalemate, he flew back in a sorry state with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. In a head-on collision, he was injured. This shocked him. Who was he? He was a 9th-stage Heaven Realm powerhouse. He had been famous for a long time. After entering this realm, he didn't know what it felt like to be injured. His heart burned with anger. He wanted to tear Qin Feng apart, but when he saw Qin Feng rushing over, he tactfully avoided him. The two of them continued to exchange blows in the forest. Even if Situ Ao didn't want to, he had no choice. Qin Feng's speed had already surpassed his understanding. Even Situ Ao couldn't catch up. He could only passively exchange blows with Qin Feng. In the distance, people could only watch in shock. In the huge forest, trees fell in rows. Explosions rang out continuously. Fierce energy continued to spread. They didn't know anything else. How is it? Has Senior Situ Ao managed to suppress that demon? Someone carefully asked. Everyone's expressions were ugly. As minor Heaven Realm powerhouses, even if they couldn't participate in this kind of battle, they could still sense from the increasingly terrifying shockwaves that the battle had become even more intense. In other words, no one was suppressing the other. That guy seems to have turned into a monster. I'm afraid that Senior Situ Ao. Someone's eyes flickered as he looked toward Xin Yao. If we can capture his sister, we might be able to force him to submit, another master said. The two of them had the same thought. They exchanged a glance and nodded. Then, they suddenly swooped down and captured Xin Yao. One of them shouted, Qin Feng, your sister is in my hands. Hurry up and surrender, Otherwise, I'll kill. Before he could finish his words, he felt a fierce and tragic aura rush towards him. Immediately after, he felt himself being hit by a huge impact. Then, all of his senses fell into darkness. The other person's body shook as a gust of wind blew past him. He was shocked, and just as he was about to explode, his body suddenly stiffened. He slowly lowered his head and looked at a sharp claw sticking out of his chest, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. When had the other party attacked? Why hadn't he felt anything at all? He was a minor Heaven Realm late-stage cultivator who was close to the 9th stage Heaven Realm. Was the gap between them really so big? He didn't have time to wonder as his consciousness quickly darkened. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, their faces slightly stiff. The two late-stage small Heaven Realm experts had used Qin Yao to threaten Qin Feng, but in the end, before they could finish their words, they were sent flying and their bodies were torn apart in the air. The other didn't have time to escape and had his heart dug out by Qin Feng from behind. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.